every single time he has to crawl into my lap.
With the cat?
Yes. He
You know,
can't
it's pretty
settle for
funny. You
anywhere
can,
else.
just like, out of context, that's kind of funny.
What, the cat in my lap?
You're such a nuisance, you cat. Always in
Yes.
my lap.
Yep.
Never mind.
He's a nuisance.
We get it. I got it.
I don't get it.
Anyway, last time on Dungeons and WheatTons, one of our players almost died. We're glad that he's back. And that he's not dead.
Yes.
Yes.
But after talking with Gatsby and noticing that a wild Adonis was fleeing the scene, he sees a sicked on him Aladdin just running towards him. He's like, "Oh God!" And he just ducks into an alleyway. Meanwhile, a bunch of beggars in the alley get up with furry beast arms and legs and surround Aladdin while you guys come up behind him. And then, you just start beating on the homeless. As you do. You gotta put them in their place, you know?
Fuck yeah, dude. Trying to steal my money.
Leaving feces all over California. No, and specifically
And
for
Oregon,
you.
don't forget that.
Oh yeah, and Oregon. But anyway, you beat the homeless to death with your strong adventurer hands and magic, while Donis crawls up the wall and escapes. You send Prisma after him to follow at a distance and learn where he's going. Then after the fighting is over, you send Aladdin up the wall too to follow Prisma, and they both see that he goes into the Pavanti mansion. And as you are waiting for them to return, you go and give Gatsby some more info from what just happened. And then rejoin with each other. And then make your trip to the Pavanti mansion with your warrant. But when you get there, you notice that the doors are wide open. And upon entering, blood is smeared everywhere, on the walls, on the floor, and the wall that was separating the foyer into the shop from the rest of the house is knocked over, and there are bits and pieces of people everywhere, including arms and legs hanging from the chandelier.
Yeah, it wasn't a pretty sight.
Children?
Traumatized.
Oh, alive though.
Not alive.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, Prisma leads you down to the cellar, where you find that the wall that the creature she had previously told you about was broken down with a pick underneath it.
Oh. One sec.
And as you begin to search for the kids just to make sure they were all right, you pass by Mr. Pavanti's head planted on the handrails end piece to go up the stairs. And you begin to push on the little girl's door, which felt as if there was something hanging on the back of it. As it opens up, you see a strange, hairy beast creature. Probably not a beast. Probably more closer to an aberration, really. With the children sitting in his lap as he is playing dolls with the girl who is sobbing and helping the teenage boy play his lute. With a kind of a hard-won persuasion, you guys were able to convince him to let the kids go so that he could play with them later because they're tired right now. They've been through a busy day. And as you draped your cape around them, Vitari, you told them to go get Gatsby.
He's like, yeah, go get Gatsby, please.
As you began to entertain and play with the creature that only tells you that you can call it friend. So you might as well just think of that as its name.
Jesus, wait. Like, this is a horror movie.
Yeah, we scared poor Lucius.
Lucius?
Lucius?
Oh, Lucis. Yes.
Sorry.
I actually thought you were talking about some other character that I had no idea about.
I put too much emphasis on the shit.
But yeah. With the loot still in his possession, Vitari suggests that they play some music together. Him on his panpipe, and the friend on the lute. To which the friend says, "Oh, I have a friend that knows how to play the lute. It should be fine." And then begins to release a number of arms cascading out and then back into his own arms until he finds the perfect ones that know how to play the lute.
Oh my god.
Using the instrument playing as kind of a stalling tactic. I will do my push-ups in a minute. Just letting you know that I will be doing my push-ups. Using the music as a stalling tactic, Vitari asks Lucis, summoning Lucis, and being like, "Why the hell would you summon me right now? You are not strong enough for me to be of any help right here. You are not strong enough as a summoner right now.
Just witness our demise, then.
I will die, and this will be the most painful thing ever."
Oh no.
They were a little dramatic about it.
Well, he wouldn't die. Or Lucis wouldn't die. She wouldn't die.
And so, I mean, she being dramatic about it, 'cause she'd be fine.
Yeah, she'd be fine, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt.
Yeah, but it would hurt us worse.
Not to mention giving her a physical body, he might be able to absorb her.
Oh.
Then he'd have a new friend.
So
But,
like,
yeah.
carry on. Sorry,
Did you have a question, though?
I will ask after.
Okay. Don't forget it now.
I won't.
But after growing tired of playing music and listening to Vitari have a conversation and finding the perfect ear that he could understand the words, oh, I skipped a part. Lucis brought in the spirit of darkness to give information about the creature, basically telling you that it's on par with eldritch gods. And it is what could be considered the monster in the closet, or what lives in the darkness under your bed. And then he heard the spirit of darkness saying these things after he found the right ear to understand the language. Which might mean that he has a friend that was a summoner at one point. And then Prisma suggested hide and seek, stipulating her candy as a prize for the winner, and stating the rules that no spell casting was allowed, so that people couldn't turn invisible.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Make it specific. No spell casting that helps you hide.
And
Yeah,
Just
that-
like Charisma, I didn't pay attention to that rule.
That-
So no spells at all.
No spells at all.
Well, I mean, we weren't gonna, actually.
But yeah,
That, but then
they decided the friend would be it. Left him in the room to count, passing by the children's mother, who was fused to the back of the door, which is why it was heavy, and shut it and was like, all right, everybody get ready. We're going to shoot this thing with as much power as we can. If it doesn't do anything, we're leaving.
We originally planned to just burn the house down. But we figured that would take too long. We only had 1,000 seconds.
I mean, if it's an eldritch god, I don't think burning the house is going to do
Yeah,
anything.
it's like, did we just have Burton's house
Who
down?
knows what the hell this thing is?
No, it just is considered on par with one.
Close enough in my book.
Why not?
Semantics, sweet semantics. But anyway, charging up fireballs, using all the magic weapons and stuff that you have at your disposal, and the bear trap. Let's not forget that bear trap. Gatsby comes into the house, and he's like, what's going on, guys? And after a brief explanation of what's happening, Gatsby is like, okay, sure. And then he places his hand on the door frame that he was going to come out of, and then steps back, only to, just kind of watch. But through the power of foreshadowing that no one really listened to, the being of darkness teleports through the shadows and behind Dominicus, immediately finding you all. But as attacks start flying, the hunting instinct kind of kicks in. Dainichi shoots with his greatsword, the Mold Knight's greatsword, and Prisma shoots off a candy blast, which promptly gets her disqualified. And he slaps her out of the air, and instead of falling to the ground, she just disappears into his hand, where she is met with a cacophony of thousands of screams.
Yes.
Are you?
He technically won immediately, but was still kind of prowling on everybody because of the, the attacks kicking him into hunting mode. But nothing really came of it. No one really got hurt. And because the prize was Prisma's candy, it kind of saved her life. because he just let her go. Traumatized, but he got his candy, so, you know.
Help me out.
Then, with not a single eye batted, without batting an eye, Gatsby was just like, so do you need me to do your job for you? And everybody was like, yes, please.
Yes, please.
And made a deal with the friend that he would find all of the runes of a specific design that are in the city without harming anyone, and bring them back to Gatsby within 5 hours. And should he succeed, Gatsby will be his best friend. But should he fail, Gatsby gets to take the friend's head. And as they shook on it, you saw a ring tattoo wrap around Gatsby's neck and then the friend's neck before the friend jumped through a shadow and Gatsby just begin to leave. Just walk away. But not before snapping his fingers and exploding, what was it, a 40-foot radius? So 80-foot diameter of the house where he had placed his hand on that door frame. Because he wasn't just going to leave that there just in case somebody walked by. And invited you all to dinner tonight to talk about your fee. And then, pretty sure that was where we left off.
Yeah.
Wow, a 17-minute recap.
So my questions are irrelevant. So, moving on.
I did a little more in-depth recap for the one that was that had to leave.
No, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, dang. You got all that in 17 minutes.
So I have only got 4 missing hit points, and that's right.
Yeah, no one got damaged by the friend. Why would he damage you? He wants to be your friend.
Oh, I saw the first thing I saw was Dominicus is missing quite a lot of hit points.
He did get hit before he got there. I think that you guys did say that you were going to take a short rest in the inn and just kind of like talk things out a little bit.
It's more just the rest. I don't know if there was anything to talk out, but
I don't know. You might have to. You're going to get to have dinner with Gatsby, so maybe you'll come up with some kind of topic of conversation for the night.
yeah.
Well, he's gonna feel like he's got leverage over us if he's like, "Do you want me to do your job for you?" You know, that's a bit
You
shit.
agreed we did our part of the job was to find all that stuff.
Yeah, okay.
But
Whatnot.
you technically didn't finish it, though.
Did we not? I don't remember the whole requirement, I guess.
So this fee kind of makes me a bit nervous if he thinks that we've not done our half of the bargain.
I
mean-
mean, we did 3/4 of our half of the bargain.
Okay. Like 3/4 of a rune is still something, maybe?
Yeah, he did say that the rune that you wanted would be worth possibly tens of thousands, and 3/4 of tens of thousands is a pretty big amount.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But other than that, it doesn't always have to be business. You know, he did invite you to dinner.
And specifically just dinner, not a business lunch.
Yeah, exactly. There was no necessary business implied there. Just that you
Guess
would
you-
discuss your fee and have dinner, you know?
You guys are gonna have to like dress up then, I suppose.
I don't remember.
Well,
I said at his house, right?
Yes, I believe it was at his house.
Okay, because it is at his house. I just wanted to make sure I didn't be like, "Hey, will you join me for dinner?" And be like, where?"
Yeah. Nah, I remember it was at his house. Yeah, probably. I think first in our uh, waiting until that dinner before we leave, I'd ask tavern owner if you know where I can send a letter. I want to send a letter to that circus telling them we have their gorilla and they want to meet us at our home to pick it up.
We have a post system, yes. If you draft the letter, I can send it for you.
Oh yeah. I'd write up a whole thing, but telling them who we are, where we live, and that we captured their gorilla alive, but we probably don't have as big of a cage as they do. So, and if they want to have us send it, take him somewhere, they want to pay us to bring him to them, or just pick him up from our place. And I guess send the letter, tell them to send their response to our place.
All right.
Are we gonna play messenger?
A messenger?
Will we pass notes back and forth?
Well, no, we don't need to do that. I'm just telling the circus we got their gorilla.
Ooh!
That's it. And I'm thinking since we're
We got the monkey.
thinking since we're going to a dinner, we should all probably clean up. I don't know if they'll want to spend funds to buy somewhat formal wear, but at least clean clothing since, let's face it, we're all covered in grime and dirt. I don't know, do any of us have a spell that cleans people up?
No prestidigitation.
I don't think
Yes.
anyone has that, no.
I don't think so. So, well, at least for now, let's all clean ourselves up the hard way. And I don't know, that's to again bother the tavern owner. Is there a place to buy just some decent clothing? Not trying to go so fancy, but just nice.
Well, you could try the mall. There's lots of boutiques in there. Clothing, adventuring gears. It's a pretty much just an all-around
No,
kind of
Oh,
thing.
particular one you would recommend, or it's just they all seem pretty good?
Well, everyone's quite competitive around here, so you might go to each one, find which one has the highest price, and say that, oh, this person has a lower price over there.
Oh. I like the way you think. Alright, well, I'll do that. Thank you. This one. Party funds. There's our thing. Got a couple bucks to work with. A couple gold. Sorry. So after everyone cleans up, who wants to clean up? And anybody who wants any.
Okrith looks sad
Other set of clothing.
and says, I wish I could clean up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Awkward.
Well,
Hey,
I'll
Water.
always smell like mold.
well, you can
Bright
find
side
it
is at least you
in,
figured out how to sleep on a bed.
Yeah, you know that the same material that maybe we could convince like a clothing thing or a tailor to like line that in some nice clothing so that you can wear some nice things without mold ruining it.
He kind of goes,
You just keep blowing his mind with things that he's never thought to try.
Yeah. So yeah, let's go give that a shot. Why not?
all right,
We'll
so
find
going shopping then, huh?
doing just a little bit of shopping.
There's a window shopping at first, and maybe we'll buy some.
Yeah.
All right, so where are you headed? You headed to the mall, like was suggested,
Mall?
or
There's a mall?
Yes.
yes, there's a
Yes.
mall.
Yes,
There's
a
malls in
mall.
this world?
Yeah, you
At
could
least
have
in this place.
learned that whenever I said you could go to the mall like 2 minutes ago.
Well, I mean,
Let's go to the mall! Go to the mall!
we're
Let's
going
go
to the mall.
everybody! I love that
Oh,
song.
gosh.
Let's
It's pretty
go
catchy.
to the mall, you won't be sorry.
To be clear, there were already malls in this game, just the ones with the U.
So yes, to the mall.
Well, let's go to the mall.
You
to the
can.
mall.
Fun fact, buy malls at the mall.
That is a
Mall?
fun fact.
But all right. Are you leaving Natus behind? Or do
Last
you want to
time-
take him with you to the mall?
We take the nene.
Animals are welcome in the mall.
I
We
mean,
take the
yeah, if
nene.
there's nothing that's stopping us, he'll probably still be tagging along.
We take the nene.
Especially if last time he caused a bit of trouble. We might want to keep an eye on him.
Yeah, don't want him to get on someone's fruit vendors.
Yeah, Cornelius will look after him.
There is a Mount Smart in there.
I'm Mount Smart.
Smart.
That's great.
Awesome.
Is that a store? I take it.
Yeah, PetSmart.
Pet Smart. Yeah.
Smart,
Nice.
smart.
I never
Yeah, so,
pay
like-
enough attention to the sign, so I don't know if it's PetSmart or Pet Smart.
I think it's a play on both. It could be either or. But I've always wondered that too.
So Natus is going shopping.
Yeah.
I take Max to, we call it Pets at Home here, and it's like the only shop that allows dogs to go in, and it's so funny because he goes around sniffing everything, and I make him pick his toy and stuff.
Nice. Alright, let's see.
All right. I'm just going to go on into it then.
Go for it.
You walk that same road that you've traveled multiple times in the past 2 days. Down to the center, where you see all the food stands. None of the fruit ones. Seems like the fruit ones kind of try to get to the stalactite fields. It's a, a popular date spot, and they They like sweet things on dates. It's probably where their thinking lies. But you see, strange sausages and biscuits. And, breads. With, what looks like, some kind of mashed tomato. Like, squirted on it.
Mashed potatoes squirted on it?
Tomato.
I think tomato, yeah.
I thought you said mashed potato. I'm like, what?
Yeah, ketchup.
You can't squirt on that.
Yeah.
I mean, you can. You just need a lot of butter.
Mm-hmm. Yum.
Drowning butter.
Now I want mashed potatoes.
Creamy butter.
You also see some baked goods just in a tiny little oven, like being placed on plates, like right out there for people to buy and take with them. Easily handled food so that the people can walk and eat at the same time. A lot of foods you've never seen before. But it's kind of crazy, the innovation they have here. It's like anyone can try to do anything and sell it. But as you walk towards the place known as the mall, the doors open on their own. Maybe make you jump back a little bit and like, oh god, what is this? Is the door going to attack us? Is this a mimic?
Right, is anybody riding me? Like Cornelius said he's looking after Nadus. Are you like holding him by his reins or something? Or is anyone riding me, or am I just being led?
I assumed Prisma was riding, so I would be leading.
Okay, fair enough.
There's plenty of room. I don't know why you all keep saying that I'm so fat nobody else can ride Nene
No
whenever I'm
one
on
thinks
it.
you're
I
fat.
don't-
Everyone
you're a
thinks
fat
I'm
bitch.
fat.
Okay.
Everyone
one
always
person-
says, whenever I'm
Mine.
on him, I can't ride him. Prisma's on him. I'm so fat, I just take up all the space.
I'm just okay with walking.
Exactly.
Fuck you, Tanner.
I'm just picturing if this was real, you know, it's like going into like a supermarket or a mall, as you say, and riding your mount. But Prisma can probably get away with it because she's so small.
Yeah. I
And
would just be-
cute.
I would think walking around in here, we'd just be guiding him along instead of anybody
just
really.
feel
I could be riding your saddle and Prisma could be on my shoulder.
That is
Well-
actually ideal. And solves the problem I had, which is that I just feel weird about the idea of larger characters riding double with Prisma and just having their junk riding up against her back.
Jesus.
Well, you just had to go and make it weird.
I mean, I already thought it was weird, which is why I was trying to avoid that scenario. I'm like, I'm not super comfortable with that idea, so
Well,
Alright, so yeah, we got along with Dominica's
Yeah, and as you
mounted up there.
kind of get past the scary automatic door, figuring out that it's not attacking you because it didn't. They
Is
didn't
this
try
a
to.
mystery episode?
No, this is not a mystery episode. You're in a mall.
Is this a shopping episode?
At
I'll
the
leave
moment,
real quick.
The dinner party episode. We're going to dinner.
Pretty much that, yeah.
But this is the first time Nadis has been in a shop, so I hope you're ready. Like, I want to know when I'm near, what did you call it, PetSmart?
Mount Smart.
Mount Smart.
I hope there's no China shop.
That's on the second floor.
Okay, continue your thought. I interrupted you.
All right. As you walk through the scary automatic door, knowing that it's not a monster that's going to eat you now, you do see a number of people, from regular common folk to adventurers to nobles, just kind of all in the same area, just not even paying each other any mind. It's like, if you're in here, you probably have enough money to buy whatever's in here. You know, and they... from a glance, you don't see anybody, like, looking down their nose of, "Oh, Joffrey, why is this common folk in my mall?" kind of thing. And a number of the adventurers, not as many as there are, but those clad in armor with weapons and such, actually have a couple of animals with them. You can find somebody with a horse, somebody with a large lizard-type creature, and they're all going in and out of a specific store with incredibly wide doors. And it's on the first floor. Other than
Strength
that...
test.
Strength
I'm
test?
going in.
Okay.
Yeah, Natus is going in to see what's in there. If anyone's wanting to stop him, it's strength competing with my strength.
I was about to say, well, we
Am
can
I
go in
able to
here
compete
first,
with your
guys,
strength?
and check it out.
Well, yeah, I allow it, you know. So it's like Max tries to pull me in certain directions, and it's like, you know, I'm much stronger than him. I'm not just gonna like yank him.
So
I'll see where he's going, but
the normal animal handling versus nature? Or do you
yeah,
want you to be a little too mesmerized?
yeah. So that's what I'm saying. It's like the smells here that like really appeal to me, and I've seen other animals going into this store, so I think it's more of a strength thing rather than a tamer thing. I'm going there. Is it whether you can like stop me or not?
I'll do animal handling.
We'll do strength. How's that? It's just basically, yeah. I was going to make Cornelius do it because he's the one holding the reins.
I mean, Cornelius can assist in any case because he is holding the reins.
Yeah, it's going to take both of you. There you
Let's
go.
minus the proficiency from that, though.
So the first one was
For
mine.
both of you.
So I should also roll strength.
Yeah.
So I scored a 14.
Haha.
All
Yeah,
right.
we're going in. What do I see? What do I see?
All right, I guess we're going over here, guys.
Well, as you go in, you
Yep,
see
this is happening.
you see a number of registers, but you don't know what those are, so we're just gonna ignore those. But this is specifically what Nada sees. But as well, you see a number of barrels with practically anything you could want, as well as shelves with brushes, pads for wiping mounts down and bathing them, hoof picks to clean out shoed horses and stuff, as well as large bales of hay that just, you know, kind of sat there. And on the side, kind of towards the back, a couple of stables that look to house unowned mounts, and a cleaning area where you could leave your mount to be groomed and pampered a little bit.
So excited that I'm like basically going to every barrel and sniffing it, and then sniffing the hay, and I'm not even stopping for a second. I'm like going from one area to the other. I don't care about brushes and stuff. But
You don't want chin scritches?
oh, he doesn't know what that stuff is. I think, you know, if there was like armor.
I don't know if they have battle armor for
Yeah.
in a pet store.
Yeah, so I'm just being curious.
You
I'm not
never
being,
know.
I'm not being a troublemaker. I am just being curious. It's like, because, you know, everything that a mount would want, yeah, I want to smell it.
They make armor for cats and dogs in real life. What makes you think they wouldn't have some cute armor in a pet store?
Where do they make armor for cats and dogs in real life?
On the internet.
And why?
On the internet, not in random pet shops.
Are they
But
larpers?
still,
Well, this is a fantasy place where adventurers go, so they probably have that.
Yeah, so you can find a number of armors, but at a glance, none that are as big as
people
Natus.
have battle pets in this
Can we get
world.
one custom made?
Well, for the record, just before we do anything outlandish, you know, I'm a barbarian and I benefit more for being unarmored.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just keep
You're the
that
one
in
who
mind.
brought up armor.
Yeah,
Find
I'm still looking for a +3 shield, which is like, because I'm wearing a shield on my head. That's what my helmet is.
Oh,
It's
do
a
you think
shield.
we could get like a custom made shield
Yeah.
helmet in
ask around
quotations?
and see.
You probably
guess-
could, but it wouldn't be any different, really. Maybe just a little
Oh,
newer.
So we don't really need it. So
we could get a
I'm just-
cosmetic change.
normally I have to stay quiet on shopping episodes. So, but yeah, I've had my fun. Thank you. Carry on.
All right.
But yeah, there's
Where's our wagon?
it
I assume
is.
we left it in the stables.
Yes, it is at the walk-in with the gorilla.
Oh, okay. The gorilla.
The ape.
Gorilla. Yeah. So.
Okay.
But yeah, if that's what you see in Mount Smart.
Well. Learn to
Can we
deform
get him a
and
little-
wear?
Bell?
I was gonna say.
They have
since we're going
bells.
to dinner, can we get him a little bow tie?
Oh, that would be great.
Well,
Is there anything-
they
say something
also
just-
have little things like that. For not
Put one on his horn.
not exactly armory type stuff. They have like regular clothes, like you see a little vest that's red and black striped with a skull and crossbones on the back to make you look bad to the bone. That was Odin's favorite vest.
Yeah.
He looked bad to the bone in it.
Okay, let's see.
Bad.
Can
But
find
into the
stuff,
bone.
big enough for native snack.
So it's not strangling.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're all pretty adjustable. Just in case somebody comes in with a really fat horse or something.
What's your favorite color distraction?
What would natives be drawn to?
Natus red.
Are you or natives? Yeah.
Yeah, my favorite color changes on my mood. So Natus's favorite color is red.
Alright.
Alrighty.
Then let's get him a red bow tie.
Nice. That's my favorite item, guys.
He could be a
Love
sophisticated boy now.
Yes, I'm
Also,
wearing
I
it to
could,
dinner, and we're never taking it off.
Alright, yeah. Let's do it. Did we find him a good sized bow tie?
So he can be dressed for the occasion.
He's always dressed for the occasion.
Just wait till
Alright.
you try and take it off.
I will ask the clerk, woman, male. Is it a female?
Whoever's near.
Yeah, let's see who's new.
Is there a bell to ring to get attention?
This one is a guy.
Right. So I will say, hello, good sir. Do you have a red bow tie for my animal over here?
No, this is so cute.
Well, we have an assortment of ribbons and such that we could make into a bow tie pretty easily. It's basically just a knot, you know? So we can
That would be
measure the neck for you and cut you a nice length here.
very nice.
And he begins
very
to kind of holds his hands up to Natus to allow him to sniff, and then sniff the ribbon. And he's talking in a very soothing voice, just like, man, this is this guy's really good at this. And then you start
Yes.
thinking to yourself, wait a second. Everyone who's been doing anything in this place, like the whole city, anytime you see somebody working, they're really good at their jobs. Unless they're purposely doing something wrong. But he, you know, goes slow to not startle you. Kind
I'll
of
sit nice. I'll sit nice and raise my head as well. Like I'll welcome this.
wraps it around a length and a little bit extra so that it could be tied into a bow. And he ties you a nice bow tie, clips it, and then puts a nice little clasp on the end of the clipped part to keep it from fraying, and attaches it to the rest of the neck. So now you have an adjustable bow tie.
Very nice.
I think so too. I love it. I love it.
And he shows you how to, adjust it and loosen it or tighten it to Natus's preference. And you are allowed to wear that before you buy it. Just, take it up to the register, be like, we're getting this, and then they'll check you out.
Cool.
Yeah, you're just asking the person. It's like, you don't have something that's like when your animal's missing that you can like use to sense them and find them easy. Got something like that
Whistle.
here?
Joey, you're
Oh,
MVP
no, sir.
at the moment. But
We don't have any magical items, if that's what you're asking.
Nah. See, well, I guess I don't know if there's any specific rooms that are sold for pets to be able to find them. So the owner, the rider, whoever can know where they're at.
We can give you a whistle, like was previously suggested, and you can train them to come whenever they hear that whistle. Come closer to it. It might not work. It would need some training, but we do have those. Or if you're looking for something that can easily find him, we do have bells, which you might be able to hear them ringle-tingling, and, go get them.
Yeah, we should also have that to put a bell on Natus and something we can clip off of him, and in case of stealthy
Stealth test.
activity. So he's probably not the stealthiest guy, but
Yeah, he's
To
a 4-ton
make
rhino.
sure-
I'm not sure.
make sure he has some advantage. We can remove the bell when we need to.
Oh, no worries. Adventurers coming and going through the Underdark, you're bound to encounter strange creatures of all shapes and sizes wanting to eat you. We always have clasps like that.
All right, yeah, we'll take one of those and a
And-
couple with at least a few of us have it.
And yeah, he walks over to a shelf, gets a number of bells to show you, and he's like, would you like a silver one, gold one, small, big?
Let's see. Bring Natus to see
Like
what,
a more
what he
high-pitched
likes around.
dingle-ding? Kind of a
You
more
just,
muted dingle-ding?
Not have to be too high pitched. Good sound.
Cowbell should be good.
Yeah, something like a cowbell.
All right, we
Yeah.
got cowbells.
yeah, that's the one I would pick, like the biggest one.
Biggest.
The biggest
yeah.
cowbell. Okay.
Alright, that's what he wants.
Natus is thinking to himself, this one looks strong.
We have a 15-inch one there. It's pretty heavy, but... And he kind of holds it up. And then for the briefest moment, you see him kind of holding it up and looking at Prisma. And he's like, and then he just kind of like goes back to business mode.
What were you thinking just now?
That cowbell is bigger than Prisma. Because you're only 10 inches, and he pulled out a 15-inch cowbell.
Oh gosh, I could probably fit in under there.
Prisma's not gonna be unhooking that thing.
Nope.
But the rest of us don't think we'll have a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, and he kind of loops a nice cord around it and puts a flexible clawed clasp on it. So you just press in the sides, and it'll open up the what looks kind of like an alligator mouth, and then you let it go and it closes.
Alrighty. And I don't know, should we each have a whistle? We can just good if we all got separated and we had a whistle for him to help us.
So I'm going to add a new proficiency box called Whistle. And
For your
you
whistle
guys
training?
Yep.
Okay.
Man, this is like the best shopping episode ever. I'm so chuffed. In fact, all of your passive perceptions notice that instantly Nadus is like uber tamed. He's so proud of this stuff that he's like really well behaved. He's holding his head higher so everyone can see his stuff. Like he's got poise now.
He's proud of himself.
He is.
Dignified Nadus. You just need to give him a little mustache now.
He got whiskers, yeah?
Yeah. No.
Do rhinos have whiskers?
I don't
I
know.
actually don't know at the moment. I don't
Yeah.
think that
I also don't know.
I'm not sure.
I mean, there probably would be fine ones, but not like long.
Yeah, they would.
Yeah.
Be
Not
Not
enough
like
to
a
make
kitty.
a twiddly little mustache.
Exactly.
And it can curl at the tips.
like,
And get him a monocle too.
You like.
This is my I know a guy though.
It is. A rhino with a monocle and a bow tie?
I don't.
No, but my I know a guy has the handlebar mustache and the monocle and like the bow tie.
I'm gonna
don't
love
remember?
that guy. I'm gonna love him when we meet him then.
I remember,
Twinsies!
but
Twinsies!
I was also trying to... I didn't know if you wanted to keep it a secret.
No, I don't care. Well, just don't tell them what it is.
Alright.
Yeah, I
We're
mean, we
good.
only got that. But yeah, that is like 4 whistles. Well, I guess 3 regular whistles, and if they have a small one for Prisma. If not, maybe she can deal with a regular sized whistle.
Maybe just whistling with your mouth will work after training as well.
Maybe.
It would probably have less range, but it would probably work.
I mean, that's how I call my dog.
Alright.
I just
Yeah.
snap my fingers and whistle.
So can I please roll now? Like since like they're testing the whistles, I'm seeing them being bought. So like
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Recognizing the wisp.
I think this would be based on wisdom. So you can add your wisdom
fantastic.
modifier to it.
Which is
Yeah,
zero
you're a
anyway.
distinguished boy. You're wise now.
You
Yeah, so
kind of
the
get
ear
the you get the gist, but you're just like, I don't know about this. But you're understanding a little bit.
To be clear, is everybody getting a whistle, or are we just getting a certain number of whistles?
I was 4 for us main 4 to have the whistles. For myself, Cornelius, Dominicus, and Prisma.
Now they do only seem to have a single size of whistle.
Okay. Yeah. Does it look like Prisma can handle this whistle? Like it's not over encumbering for her.
Like a
Alright.
She could put it in her
saxophone.
hair like a hairpin.
It's a little big for that. It's about an inch long. You know, maybe an inch
How
and a
big is
half.
Prisma?
She's 10 inches, so it's 1/10 her size.
Like a
So
flute.
it's about the size of her head.
Yeah, it's a little big for her, but she might be able to figure out something.
It's kind of hollow, right? It's not like crazy heavy.
No, it's not. It's not that it's heavy, and she has a 90-pound carry weight anyway for her size, which is nuts.
I'm a
Basically,
swan,
Prisma's an ant.
Yeah.
I'm a swan, Pixie.
It's
Wow.
the actual, like, you know, yeah, it would be like a flute to her.
Yeah, she could probably fasten it around her belt then pretty easily.
I get to play the flute. I'll show you who can play it better.
It only has one tone though.
Yeah, so you.
And I'll still play it better.
All right, okay, so, all right. I think this is good for us right now.
All right, you got the cowbell, the ribbon, and 4 whistles.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, if that's all you're needing, I can accompany you to the register, or if you'd like to continue browsing.
I think that's all we're needing right now. So yeah, let's go.
All right. Then he accompanies you to the register, steps behind it, and rings you up. And as he counts it all up, the 4 whistles, the ribbon, and the cowbell. You guys are writing this down, right?
I've written all my stuff down.
Okay, cool. I'm always
I
afraid
wrote
that
Rhino whistle down.
I'm always afraid that you guys are gonna get some item and then forget that you have it, you know?
These are my best items. I'm looking after these.
These are highlighted.
I'm getting a whistle,
But
which is a flute to me.
it all comes out to 13 gold.
That's good. We get easy from the party fund.
Sweet.
And we still got 1896 in gold.
While you guys have been losing a lot of money, it doesn't seem that every place is incredibly expensive. It seems kind of pretty fair. It's just been leaving often.
Yes. All right.
On the way out, Nate just like stop and look back at the clerk that just helped us, and he'll kind of like shake his head a bit to ring his bell, and then carry on.
And he just gives you a smile and waves. He says, "Have a nice day. Come on back to Mount Smart." All right. And as you leave the Mount Smart, you can get a little better view of the rest of the mall. Seems there's multiple floors, and it goes around in a pretty large area on both floors. See a number of clothing stores right next to each other with different kinds of wares, but all of them looking quite professional and clean. As well as a little ways down, you find a couple of oddity shops. And very specific shops. Things with knickknacks from other cultures, or kind of themed restaurants and stores. Like, you have a Edgelord Topic as one of the ones that you find that sells clothes.
Is that Hot Topic?
Edgelord Topic.
Yeah, for all your rogue needs.
I think Aladir is there.
Who?
Ha!
Nah, I'm making a joke. Nothing. Never mind.
I'm also making a joke because everyone
Part of me
forgot about him.
wonders- Yeah, part of
Yeah.
me wonders if you legit forgot, though.
Yeah, I got the Who joke. Yeah.
I didn't. I was. I get it now.
But yeah, for any edgelords or goths, you can go to Edgelord Topic. That's a terrible name.
Edgelord Topic. Hot Edgelord.
And it fits.
Hot Edgelords is a little better.
Edge Topic.
Edge Topic is good.
I mean, I
Or
think
Hot
golf
Edge.
Topic, but
The Hot Edge.
The Hot Edge.
that is edgy. I like.
But yeah, there seems to be quite a variety here.
Alrighty.
Popular with Visigoths and Ostrogoths.
We're not looking crazy fancy, so
There's also a, funny enough, right next to Hot Edge is a place named Sanctuary, which has priestly garbs. And you can see the blasphemy occurring within as all of the gods are intermingling, and you could just pull your god of choice off of the rack and be like, alright, these are these priests' clothing.
is okay.
It's like they just don't have anything for my size in Ishtar.
There is a doll shop that makes custom doll clothing.
Oh, Brisbane wants to go in there!
Alrighty, Brisbane, we can get something for you first. Go ahead.
I can look at clothing for me!
They even have a special thing where you can bring a child in and they can make their own doll. The store is called Make a Doll.
Oh,
Make a doll. That's the most clever you could get.
Well, Build-A-Bear isn't
Actually-
very clever either.
I was
Fair-
about to say they
fair enough.
vaguely tracks.
Fair enough. It just has a nice ring to it. Certainly more than Make a Doll. Build-A-Bear at least has a nice ring to it.
Yeah, it's got the slight alliteration. Unless you count Builda as one word, then it's alliterated.
Well, you know, Butters went crazy because he couldn't go to Build-A-Bear, okay?
All right, but are you needing more, or are you interested in any of these stores?
I was gonna.
I want to go to Doll Shop!
Yeah. Ask Prisma, what do you
Make a friend for
anything
Prisma.
you looking for?
I want to look at the clothes!
Yeah, we're not trying to go crazy fancy, but I mean, you can go as fancy as you want, I guess.
Can I metagame a little bit and ask you guys to make some toys for the kids that have lost their parents?
I mean, I think the boy's a little too old to play with dolls. The girl
Oh.
certainly.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
maybe just one then, just for the little girl.
We can make him a
Hey,
tech deck.
he might like something to hold on to at night nowadays.
Yeah, he was traumatized too, you know. Boys
not-
can be traumatic.
Has he not got an idol? Like, make him a doll of his idol, like one of those big-headed toy things that went nuts.
The Valentino
Yeah.
Valentini doll?
Yeah, would we, do they have one like, something like that already made?
In
Dude,
fact, he is so famous that they do actually already have Valentino
Yeah.
Valentini dolls.
Thought so. Thought so.
Or action figures, as he would call them.
Yeah, he'd probably call them an action figure, but they're sewed up and everything.
Yeah.
And they got
But,
real clothing on them.
For
They do,
their
actually.
girl, do.
Not that plastic crap.
And they even have a Valentino line of clothing that has been seen on stage that you can change him in and out of.
Alright, well, we just need the one, though.
We
We're not
have
trying to
just
buy
the
a
entire
whole
Captain Clothing
wardrobe.
line. We also have a stage doll set that you can have him sing and dance on.
Why is this like the most elaborate thing that we've done in this campaign? It's
I
this
told you,
freaking
you
mall.
always do this for the weirdest things.
What did I?
Okay.
I couldn't hear that thing that you sent me, so I don't know what it said.
Which thing?
That thing that was shared where like the voice of the duck or whatever when the druid talks to it.
Basically, it was, one dialogue was the room, and he was like, I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. Versus...
Or one that it's the gladiator thing.
Yeah, versus, I'm someone from Scarsdale.
I am Maximus Decimus Meridius,
Yes, thank you.
General of the Army of the North.
Yeah. And it's a freaking, like,
Well, it
he used speak animals on a squirrel or something.
it's like the DM voice acting for a character that they have like a full backstory, put so much thought into, and then voice acting versus
Just
like
a random
something.
squirrel.
Yeah,
that they
the
speak
squirrel.
on animals. I am Maximus Meridius.
All
I
right.
am
Anyway,
Red-
so you head into the doll shop.
Yes.
You see that they have pre-made dolls as well as a little corner where you can take children to they actually teach you how to sew.
Ooh.
Oh,
Do we have time before dinner to take a class?
Probably not. But that's how the make a doll works, is they teach you how to make a doll.
Well, Preston just wants to look at the already made clothes.
yes.
Because they're her size.
Well, you can find a variety of styles from common to noble. All of them look very well made.
Ooh, I want to look at the noble looking stuff. Maybe one day I can actually fool someone into thinking I'm pixie royalty.
Well, they have
I almost got diminished.
they have a full range of nobilities. So you can have just the slightly upper crust kind of look all the way to princess, because why on earth wouldn't you be able to dress a doll up as a princess, right?
Yeah, let's look at that. Show me your princess looks.
Now, in looking at the quality of these dolls' clothes, they are actual clothing quality. However, they just look as if they were princesses' clothes. So there's no real jewels or anything, but they do have little beads attached where to look like jewels, as well as little tiaras with little green glass beads in place of what would be emeralds or diamonds and such.
Ooh, this one's pretty. What do you think, Betty?
Yes, it looks very nice.
Basically looks like a ball gown that one Cinderella would wear.
It
We're
is
going to
very.
dinner. I might as well look nice.
Yeah. Like I said, you can go as fancy as you want to go.
I want the fancy one.
Alrighty, let's pick it up there. Oh, is that? Do you remember seeing anything specific in the little girl's room?
You saw a giant explosion which incinerated all of her stuff.
And her mother hanging off the door. Yeah.
And the giant explosion that incinerated her mother off the door.
Which, frankly, I think was an improvement.
I think he meant before the shit hit the fan.
Yeah,
Um,
what did I see when I was in the little girl's room? When she was being normal.
Every time or what
Well-
she saw.
She had a stuffed unicorn, but she was actually playing with dolls that looked a little bit like her mom and dad.
Oh yeah, she was playing domestic abuse.
Get her an adventurer, because I mean, like, we're gonna say
Get her a dominatrix toy.
Well, let's find her a nice like adventuring girl doll.
Oh, we could get her a dominatrix lady. She could get a little whip accessory and have a
There-
whole
Alright,
bunch
well-
this is
of
a child.
outfits and
You
leather.
need to slow your roll.
you just do you. You just do you. Okay.
Am I the only one who would want this?
We'll worry
Well,
about the
oh,
mothering,
yes.
okay?
Come on, dominatrix Barbie, where are you?
Get a stripper and a pole dancing set.
Yeah, we can get her a freaking pole dance set.
Let's get her something that's a little more comforting.
Yeah, I like the adventure
This is out
idea.
of character, by the way.
A
Chris would
heroic
never say this.
We know it's our character. We know
Okay,
it's you.
we have to figure
Trying
out,
to get
though.
Whitney to slow her roll.
We have to figure out Malibu or ballerina. That's the real question. Because one could get you killed.
Yeah. Malibu Barbie.
Hi, what's the
So,
ballerina?
yeah.
That's
Wanna
not
find
who I
something
want.
like that.
Okay, sorry.
Face-
Back on topic. What were you saying?
I have to go.
Yeah,
Not
just
you.
a nice heroic looking adventurer girl for her. We get the Valentino for her brother.
Is there a fitting room I can try this on?
The lady at the counter is kind of like, well, not technically, but hold on one moment. And she turns around and moves a couple of things and picks up a little play set with a changing room in it. And it's got a roof, so it's not like anything can look down at you.
Yay!
10 out of 10 customer service.
Yeah.
A lot of people
Yeah,
like to role play the Valentino going backstage and, you know, actually going to his dressing room.
Right. Oh.
Yay, thank you.
And I go in with my dress. And the tiara and everything.
All right, I need you to roll. Just
What
give
do I
me a
need to roll?
straight D20.
Okay. Slash roll. 1d20. Oh, darn it. For some reason, the 2 on
And this is bankable.
keyboard is.
Nice!
Hey!
Bankable!
As soon as you said bankable!
Yes! It's like, it's been so long.
It fits perfectly.
Oh, nice roll.
If you would have gotten a lower roll, it would have been slightly too big, but it could have been altered for you for an extra price.
It fits perfect.
And Prisma comes out
Alright.
looking like a princess.
Oh, gorgeous. New art, anybody?
All bow down to the Princess Prisma.
Alright.
do I
good for-
Okrith gives you a little
I s-
bow.
Am I still like not so sure of who my group is yet?
You're learning
remember?
fast. But
Like, should I roll?
I'll give you a wisdom. Or actually, you know what? History, to kind of try to, because searching your brain.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're learning about these people for the first time, a second time.
Oh.
Yeah, you don't remember any of your old memories.
Can I get there though?
I think you can.
Alright, cool.
They do
For the
seem
record,
to
I
be.
think Prisma would be just adorable in a tux.
I say you do look rather dashing.
Thank you.
All right, well then let's ring these up.
Do I know their names, or did I not ask a second time?
No, you
I
know their
think
names.
I remember.
Okay, cool.
I remember to tell you like, yeah, this is who we are.
And you've also been together for another like 3 days now,
Yeah.
Alright, cool.
since you lost your memories.
said that.
Or actually more than 3 days, because you had a slight break before you left, right?
A little bit, yeah.
And then you
I
talked to him, and he's like, "All right, 7 more days, come back."
Yes.
So it's actually been like I don't know, like 6 days or something like that.
I asked the sales lady.
How much for the dress?
I'll put up the dolls too, and for these, all this together.
All right, she pulls out an abacus and does a little bit of math real quick. And she pulls up with 6 gold. 3 for the Valentino because they're incredibly popular.
Yes.
2 for the Adventurer Girl doll. And 1 for the dress.
Have you ever been to Build-A-Bear?
I have.
Yes, I have.
Yes,
All right.
as a kid.
I've never
so
gotten one for myself. I only ever built one for my mother.
So my girlfriend got me Wolf Capone, which was a dog in a pinstripe suit, and I'm telling you, it cost more than 6 fucking gold.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
but you
would say
didn't
You
probably
sound
make.
butthurt.
You didn't go for the class on making the dolls yourself.
No.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
we went for the pre-made stuff. So yeah, they're like, all right, pack these up. And
Let's
Also,
go before they change their mind. Quick.
I'm nicer.
Yeah. Total bargain bears.
you know, and for the,
I mean, given that 1 gold is an entire year's wage for a normal person.
True. Yeah.
those are
Okay.
very expensive.
Yeah, I'm keeping
Yeah.
that in mind.
Prisma likes the dress so much that she will pay all 6 gold plus leave an extra gold for the tip for the lady for being so nice and pulling out that changing room for her.
She looks at the extra gold and is like, doesn't quite understand what you're doing.
It's a tip.
A tip?
Yeah. Gratuity.
A tip for the nice service.
This isn't a
along with
restaurant.
the product.
You don't have to be at a restaurant to have a tip.
It's
That's true.
it's more like she doesn't understand what a tip is.
I'll give you a tip.
Well, it's an extra bit for being so nice. You don't have to be nice when doing the job.
Why wouldn't I be nice while doing my job? That's how professionalism works.
Yeah, well, some people outside of this place don't like to be very nice about it, yeah?
Oh, I've never been out of this city.
Yeah, well,
It's like,
be
doesn't she
very-
know that there are professionals that literally are professional at being pieces of shit?
Once again, from your just general acknowledgement of this city, no.
Wow. They
She
don't
would
even know
not
what
know
tips
that.
are.
Yeah. So they wouldn't last if they were assholes. You know. It's the best of the best in this place, I think.
I guess so.
But
Well, yeah. So
yeah.
like,
it's not like she's turning you down in any rude way. She's just very confused by this situation.
just yeah, extra gold for bringing out that change room for her. Didn't have to do it.
Oh,
Thank you.
well, I guess that does count as labor. I would definitely not charge this much, but if you think that's what I was worth.
Absolutely. Kindness is worth a whole lot.
Plus, Prisma doesn't really spend her gold on much anyway.
Well, she just kind of gives you a curtsy and thanks you for the extra gold.
I return the curtsy in my nice princess gown.
All right. Anything else?
From here, I mean, Vitar was gonna go and get a nice something.
I don't think they'll fit you in this store.
Well, I would said somewhere else from here. I said nothing else from here.
Oh,
All right.
okay. I didn't hear you
started
say
with
that. You're a very
don't
quiet
like-
person.
You don't like to listen to me, I understand.
I love to listen to you. Listening to you is one of my favorite things. I touch
yeah,
myself when I
it's-
listen to you. That's
There's a little too
Yeah,
much
he's told me.
okay.
All right, I guess
If that was too much, that was too much. All right. I know you're used to it by now, though.
And yeah, I go to another store.
All right.
Around just-
Any specific styles you're looking for?
Looking for a nice long elven tunic.
Long elven
You know, that
tunic.
they have some kind of fancy stuff, you know, like Tolkien-esque.
Well,
Not trying to go super fancy, but one
Tolkien.
that style.
as I've said before, it seems like there's something for everyone. And that is definitely something you could find with an elven proprietress that you can see in the back sewing in front of everyone. Letting you actually see her process as people are kind of walking by and looking in the windows, watching as she's doing the embroidery herself. All the swoops and swirls and designs that they put into their sleeves and hems.
Alrighty,
And they have males and females clothes. So it's not like it's just fancery for the ladies.
alrighty.
I don't know. I know you really want Vitari to be seen as manly sometimes. With all the propositions that you get.
All the propositions, yeah. Well, yeah, now I go in there. If just one's already made, so we don't want to already disturb her. Final one is a deep orange, orangish red color. There is.
Well, you see as a younger elf girl kind of steps forward, looks almost the exact image of the one that's sewing in front of everyone and just smiling away as she's doing it. And she's like, "Hello, can I help you?"
Yeah, just looking for a nice tunic to fit. You know, not crazy fancy, but something just nice looking for a little dinner.
"Oh, well, we can help you out with that. We've got all kinds of elven wares. They are mostly silks, if that's all right."
That's fine.
I just wanted to let you know, just in case. Maybe you have some kind of allergy to the silk that's spun. Now, do you have any preferences of where the silk came from?
No.
We have
No one.
spider silk, silkworms. We even have a special new blend that is actually made out of plants.
Oh, well, I don't know what's there's not much of a difference, and then it doesn't really matter to me.
There's a slight texture difference as well as durability. And
Well, I
besides,
guess,
you might be one of those uh that people that don't like the animal products people.
ah, yeah, well, I guess the one that is most durable. Uh, do tend to get into stressful situations in a moment's notice.
Well, if you get into stressful situations, just know that we have mending services as well.
All right.
Not magical
Uh,
mending. That like we actually sew it.
yes.
Just figured I should clear that part up too.
That might better. Yeah. So yes, something nice and durable. That's a deep orange red, and maybe a white sash to go around for the belt.
Well, we have a couple of them already made right here. Do you have any preference on design? You seem to, with your the markings on your face, you'd like something a little more smooth and round instead of angular. Yes?
Yes, that would be nice.
Well, she kind of flips through a number of the colors that you asked for. They're a little bit different here and there. They're not the exact same color every time, but they are close to the orange that you were asking for. Until she finds one with a curling pattern on the chest, which whenever she kind of holds it up and asks you if you mind her putting it up to you so that you can look in the mirror,
Go ahead.
she holds it up to you and lets you look in the mirror, and it kind of actually looks like your markings on your face and on your neck are continuing on the shirt.
Wow. Well, yeah, I definitely do like this. Yeah, I'll take it.
Excellent. Will there be anything else?
No, I mean, I don't know if my friends are looking for anything from here, if they even want anything at all. But for me, that's it.
She kind of looks over to the rest of the group with a smile. Kind of in a like an asking, but without actually saying if you want anything. Since Vitari just brought you all up and it's like,
I wonder what the rest of them are thinking.
yeah, that's kind of what she's thinking.
Listen, yeah.
Mostly looking towards Dominicus and Cornelius. Okrith is kind of trying really hard not to touch anything in here.
What's Okrith wearing anyway at the moment?
He's wearing his normal clothes. Which... so that you guys can get a reminder of what it looks like.
I mean, that's pretty stylish.
I'd say so.
A little frumpy, but not terribly so.
I mean, you could do with a hat.
I mean, it'd have to be in a material that doesn't mold, but yeah, a hat would be nice.
Yeah, the fur is seeming a little bit matted, but it does kind of look like he might have killed that himself. But other than that, it's a leather coat and a basic shirt. He tends to kind of like leather because it doesn't soak in as well. And his gloves that he wears on his hands so that it just makes him feel better. It doesn't actually stop anything from getting hurt whenever he touches it, but it makes him feel like it might help. So it's more like a safety blanket than actual for hand wear. But yeah, he just doesn't want to touch anything and risk melting it.
So my friends might be looking for something not as fancy as Elvin. As Elf.
Well, all right. So you just wanted the tunic and the sash?
Yes.
She kind of wanders on back behind the counter, pulls out an abacus that seems just a little bit too big for her, and kind of plops it on the table. And as she's flicking through, she goes, "Mama, are we having a sale or anything?" And I roll. No, honey, not at the moment. The sale's next week. All right. Then that will be 20 gold for the tunic and sash.
Alright, I can... It's always too nice to think of like, oh, but these guys, they sold it for less. Like, no, here's the 20. Here you go.
These guys sold it for less. The first clothing store you go into.
Deception.
It's like, who's remembering? It's like, nah, this is like the first place. What am I gonna do that?
Just remembering, oh, but Prisma got hers for a single gold.
Because I'm a tiny girl.
It's like, alright. It's like, yeah, I pay it and I take it on.
I mean, Prisma can help you pay for it.
No, I got it.
All right, and she folds it up and places it neatly in a bag and hands it to you.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Thank you for your business.
Alright, well. Now, outside, unless Cornelius and Dominicus, y'all want anything?
Well, Cornelius is definitely going to get a tux and talk at.
Nice. Alright.
Oh yeah, I forgot I had like curly hair.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
Got your
Yeah, I guess I'll look all regal. Or should I wear a pretty dress like Prisma?
Where
With
would
those
everyone
curls, I
wear?
think the dress.
I mean,
I'll
I
be
wouldn't say
undercover.
no.
All right,
See
I'll
this-
get a dress.
See this buff, manly looking look.
I'll get a dress for Dominicus.
Alright.
They're gonna be like, wow, this is a man comfortable with his sexuality.
I want what Prisma's wearing.
Well, they'd probably just assume it was for his wife or something.
But then he gets it fitted for him.
She has my exact measurements, so measure me.
We're both very thick and broad.
She has my exact measurements.
I mean, to be fair, dimorphism among lions is very, very small, so that tracks.
Yeah, female lions are huge.
Yeah.
Lionesses, whatever. Same shit.
Alrighty, yeah.
Or would it be
So-
leoniness?
Leoness.
Leoniness.
Jinx.
That would be a terrible D&D session.
What?
if I was jinxed during it, so I say no.
No to what?
To being jinxed.
The jinx.
Oh.
He owes me a soda, though.
Well, whenever
You don't want
whenever
to be a
you
blue-haired
jinx
crazy
someone,
girl?
that means that they can't speak until you say their name.
No, I usually just say jinx.
She says your name all the time.
Yeah, WheatTon.
Anyway,
There you go. You're unjinxed again.
See, there you
I'm unjinxed. Good.
go.
Everybody
Yeah,
check
okay,
out
I'll-
my homebrew spell, Jinx.
Yeah, well, my niece
First
told me
level.
the other day that you can't jinx someone over the internet.
Oh, she's a cheater.
She probably was jinxed in her time.
Well, I jinxed her, and she says, no, you can't do it over the internet.
It's gotta be in person. Alright, anyway.
Oh, yeah.
They do have a rather fine store for the gentlemen and gentilesses. Gentesses? I don't know what I'm saying anymore.
Ladies?
But it's quite easy to find, as you can spot the top hats and suits on the mannequins, as well as the fine dresses.
Or would I be able to get a combo of the two?
Like a circus performer? Like one half dress, one half tux? Or
Like the bottom half is a dress and the upper half is like a tux and top hat.
they would probably accommodate you.
I feel like that would take time, like too much time before. Like we don't have enough. All right, I'll just get a tux, whatever.
They could always just sell you the jacket and you'd wear the jacket over the dress, the top of the dress.
That makes sense. Let's do that.
All right.
Let's go all in.
Well, the man sees you enter, gives a courteous bow. He almost looks like he's a butler of some sort, wearing the full getup with his hair combed perfectly and a pencil mustache. He says, "May I help you?" Alright, I take that as a no.
Can you show us around, so we can browse your inventory?
Are you seriously gonna get a dress?
Yeah.
Why, yes. Yes.
Think of the animation.
Why wouldn't I get a dress? I'd wear a dress in real life.
Our products here are only the finest,
I love this.
made by the seamster and designer Ocorio.
Ooh.
And, would you happen to have any preferences that we can throw in there before I start showing you around? Anything will do. Color, design. Would you like it to be soft, hard?
Do you have a ruffled dress?
Why, yes, we have quite a few of those. Is this a gift for someone? A lover? Your wife, maybe? Sister?
Yeah, let's say that. Yeah. Or my wife.
Well,
Gift for himself.
let me tell you, she will love anything from Avorio.
If you could have the dress to match my style of dress, please. We must match.
My, aren't you a ravishing young thing? Yes, we can have you match.
So, You'll have to measure me for the dress, because my significant other has my exact measurements.
Deception.
Yes, deception.
Will we actually have to do that?
I'm going to make you have to do that, yeah.
Demand it.
Did I fail?
You
Yes.
got a 4.
I got a
He
4.
kind of narrows his eyes and then just
That's funny.
smiles and says, "Yes, of course."
I mean,
What did he get?
He got a 15.
Dude, my deceptions are terrible.
You could have got a natural 20 if you had help, but with Prisma giggling, she gave you away.
Yeah, he totally saw through you, but he's going
Well,
with it
I also-
anyway because...
I also had a big grin on my face, so I wasn't very convincing.
Like you're just like, it's definitely not for me.
you also said, yeah, sure, let's go with that for my wife.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Totally
he's...
not blushing or
He's
anything.
like,
Oh, this-
yes, of course. He's like,
I mean, you know what they say: the customer is always right in matters of taste.
now, you do want it to
I want to be a pretty kitty.
You do want it to match this one's dress, but would you perhaps like it in a different color? Because we do have a number of them that... Actually, he's kind of looking at the dress and says, "Where did you get this?"
We've got him into trouble. Copyright.
What?
He's looking at Prisma's dress and says, "Where did you get this?"
In the doll shop.
He kind of looks down the hall of the mall. He's like, And he turns back around, all smiles once again. It's like, well, even if they are stealing our designs, it's not anything we can do about it because it's not technically for people.
They stole it?
And he pulls the exact same dress from the rack and shows you. In the same color and everything. And then he puts it back on and says, "But we have multiple colors. Should you wish to have a different one." Now, I already said that the dress that Prisma was wearing looks about the exact same as the dress that Cinderella wears. So, it is a bluish white.
Ooh.
Can I get a black one?
I'm
Match
a
my fur.
Cinderella.
I'm a Prismarella.
Prismella?
We...
Prismarella?
Prismarella.
Now we need a pair of fur slippers.
While I can sell you a black one in this style, it would perhaps be a slight bit better if we went for a dark gray. That way it could contrast with your fur a little better.
No. I like how he drops the facade. So it matches your fur better.
He's like, yeah.
Cause he knows. Oh yes, I might look rather handsome.
I was wondering if anybody would notice.
Yeah, I caught on to that immediately.
We did.
That's fucking funny.
But yes, if you would like the black one, we shall accommodate.
I will take your suggestion. Get the gray one.
Alright, it's not much of a difference, but it shall make you pop. And he kind of holds his hands to his sides and like pops his hands. Like, pop. Well, yeah, he asks if you would like to try it on to see if the measurements for your lady friend are proper. Kind of holds up a thumb and he looks at you with one eye. And then he picks the one off the rack and hands it to you.
One eye like he's winking at me?
No, he's measuring you with his thumb without even
Oh.
touching you, and he hands you a dress.
Like
of
the way,
like an artist.
sorry. Yeah, that's what I was gonna mention. Like how they look at their landscape and they're like holding their brush.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so he doesn't even need to wrap any measuring tape around you. And he just picks up a dress and asks if you would like to try it on. You don't have to if you don't want to. He's
You wanna
got your
go,
size.
help me change Prismarella?
What was the question?
Wanna go help me change Prismarella?
Sure.
You can do
She's
my
your fairy
clasps.
godmother.
Yeah, I assume that the one female in our group has an adeptitude at wearing girl clothing.
I mean, reasonable assumption.
I'm picturing Ace Ventura, you know, when he tries to go into the hospital.
It's got the tutu going on.
Put me in, coach.
I didn't
As
watch
well-
Ace Ventura.
As we're putting on your dress, Prisma will be like,
You're lucky. It's easier for you to get this on. You don't have wings to accompany for.
That's true, but
Well, you're...
I'm a burly male.
Yeah.
all you gotta worry about is a tail.
That fits under the bodice.
Yeah.
For
But is there
cartoony
a
flair,
hole?
it comes out the back though.
I was about to say, is there a hole for the tail to come out of, though?
There wasn't, but, you know, I will say for cartoony flair that it can.
Yeah.
That's one of those things that I'm like in the I don't really care category. It doesn't change much, so...
It matters for the animation.
This is about continuity.
Yes, it is.
But the man, while they're changing, like, would anyone else perhaps like to have anything, a look around at anything?
Now, Cornelius shall pipe up. Ah, yes. I was actually looking to get a suit myself. Preferably one with a nice hat, if you would.
Question is, though, would it go over the ears, or would it just, or would the ears go in the hat?
I was thinking they're poking holes in the brim of the hat for the ears to come out of to either side of the crown. Yeah.
Even better.
Also, full disclosure, if we get a rune for storage capacity, I'm putting it on that top hat.
Well, we have a number of fine suits available, made by
That
our
would,
very own seamster, Avario. And he seems to kind of put his
He hypes
fist
that
to
guy
his
up a lot.
chest every single time he says it and looks up.
Is it a divine seamster?
Well, it kind of seems like he thinks of him that way.
I was gonna say, in the world of fashion, a good seamster might as well be.
Yeah, exactly. But he
Ow.
brings you over to the opposite side of the store and shows you a selection of finely crafted suits. Now, will this be a full set? Would you like the jacket, shirt, vest, pants, everything? We also have shoes.
Everything
For his
but
rabbit
shoes
feet?
would be ideal, because, yeah, my feet don't really do with human shoes.
Well,
He got rabbit feetsies.
once again, I think you're underestimating this city.
If you've got shoes that can fit my feet, I'll take them.
They're not specifically rabbit folk feet, but we do have some that were custom made a few weeks back for the clowns of the Vonomois entertainment troupe. Now, they accidentally ordered a few too many, and they said that they would still pay for them, but we could keep them. Very nice people, those. That entertainment troupe. Sad that
Good
they
to
go
know,
through so
we
much
actually have
hardship.
something of theirs.
But yes, he has a small selection of, I'm putting in air quotes, clown shoes that are dress shoes and would go nicely with a suit. They're just bigger.
I think Cornelius is going to skip the shoes because his current, well, what passes for shoes that he's currently wearing are rune inscribed. So if he needs them, they're going to be handy.
Hey, he is not pushing it. He was just asking. But yeah, he shows you a number of good, nice looking suits. He, once again, as most people will, ask you if you have any preferences of color or material.
Which, of course, Cornelius will state that he's fine with anything as long as it's not lined with rabbit fur.
Ah, yes, we don't have any suits lined with rabbit fur. That would be for another store. It's kind of garish and tacky, I would say, to line a suit with furs of any kind, in my opinion.
I mean, suits generally, yes, but hats typically do have linings.
Yes, but ours are of the cloth variety, made from cotton instead of any animal pieces.
Very good.
A leather-lined hat. Ugh. He just kind of scoffs at that thought. But yeah, he asks for your opinion on a couple of them. He shows you a nice blue one that would go well with your fur. He shows you a variety of mixes and matches between vests and suit colors and undershirts, as well as ties. They have ties if you'd like. Both bow and straight, as well as the odd bolo.
I'm assuming by bolo you're referring to string ties.
Yes, string ties.
Yeah, Cornelius is going to go with a string tie, definitely.
All right. And since you have no preference on color, How about we just say you find one that you like, and you can decide the color later, or whoever, if anyone decides to draw you in your new outfit, they can decide it when that happens.
I mean, that's fine. I always imagined it as being black because black is generally the classic style. But,
Mafia rabbit.
I mean,
Dinner attire.
I was just thinking like going to the Oscars, but yeah, sure, Mafia Rabbit works too.
Okay, I never would have thought going to the Oscars because Mafia Rabbit's just too awesome.
It really is.
But yeah, we can go with black too.
Yes, it will be black.
The man is nothing but accommodating. So you find you a nice black suit. He does suggest a red vest to go with it, but it's only a suggestion.
I do like the idea of a red vest. Although, actually, no, black vest with white undershirt.
Black vest, white undershirt it is, sir.
So when you're saying vest, is that a waistcoat to me?
Yes, that would be a waistcoat.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, yes.
Man, I have no clue. I'm gonna say yes. I'll agree with everyone else who's a little more worldly than me. Yeah, he offers you a changing room as well if you'd like to try them on. And by the time you're done getting your suit, Dominicus and Prisma have finished getting him ready in the dress. You may come out and show everyone, or you could just be like, all right, it fits, and then take it off for later.
I mean, we're going to dinner pretty imminently, so probably a good idea to keep it on.
He's muted at the moment. Let's see, he wanted the jacket to go over it.
Well, we'll have to wait until he comes back.
I will take this off. I was waiting to say this when we were leaving, but we should take gifts as well. Like I was thinking brandy and cigars or cheese and port, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Probably not a bad idea. Never go wrong with a good bottle of brandy, that's for sure. Or a port. Most ports are fairly nice.
Well.
Then we'll find a nice spot to get him a bottle.
I'm assuming they like the finer things, so we'd probably know that as a group.
Well, from their house, it seemed kind of humble.
I was gonna say he's more humble, so we don't have to go too expensive, but something good.
Yeah, definitely don't do that then. Just get some cheese and fruit, maybe.
Yeah, but their house, Gatsby's house, mansion, was smaller than your mansion.
I remember you saying that now you've pointed it out.
But it was really flash on the inside.
Well, I'll leave it to the humanoids to decide. I've got no opinion.
Also, from your brief walkthrough of the area, you also didn't see any servants. Except for Wright, the construct that walked you through.
And presumably there's a left wandering around somewhere.
Yeah, but you didn't see that one yet. Might be at dinner.
Yeah.
So yeah, we should probably bring a nice wine at the very least.
At the very least, yeah, I think that'd be alright.
And of course, Cornelius is going to have to make a pit stop at the chemist's, but that'll probably wait until after dinner, since chemists tend to be perhaps the place you would least want to bring a fancy suit.
Yeah. Yeah, so
All right. So you guys are ready to check out from this store?
I believe so.
See, I'm not comfortable playing a lion in a dress, so
So you don't want to take over Dominicus whenever he's
Oh,
not available today?
I was thinking it's like, oh, he could have one of those fans, you know, and he's hiding his face and he's all blushing. But yeah, I'm not comfortable.
It's, uh,
I'm going to say something inappropriate, I think. So it's like, yeah, let's just not do that.
Alright, well, that's fine. He's, yeah, we're ready to go. Check out for him and
All right.
how much.
What's the damage?
That's
As
what
he
we should be asking you.
tallies it up with his abacus. You are kind of following along with his counting. And says, all right, altogether, that will be 53 gold.
3. Oh god. Yeah. Dominicus and Cornelius need help with that, or?
So
Wait,
what
how
is-
much? Sorry, I was distracted.
53
it
gold for both of them. I can do them separately if you want.
Is this too queer for you, Distraction?
No, I just don't know where you're going with it.
Cornelius can.
I don't know where I'm
absolutely
going with
cover
it either. I just
Okay.
I thought it
I
was
had worn a
just a
dress
funny
before.
joke.
Yeah, I got out of bed once and my girlfriend was like, get away from the window naked. So I put her dress on and it caused an
Nah.
argument. So
I'll
Well,
do
you
it.
wanted me
how
not to be
dare
there.
you fit into my dress? Or something like that.
How dare you fit into my dress?
It's not my
Wow.
fault you're the same size as me.
Yeah, how dare you be
Yeah,
fat?
just like Dominicus' wife. Alright, it happens.
It's like, see?
So like I'm all embarrassed.
Dominica's non-existent wife.
I'm all embarrassed now you've called me out, but yeah, I'm not judging. I'm just so it's like
No,
So
I'm not
come-
mad.
okay, good.
I'm judging.
I don't care. This
I'm
is what
judging.
playing a game is about. I can do whatever the fuck I want.
Totally, man. I know, yeah. But it's I was looking at your portrait and I was like, you look pretty suitable already, you know, like in your armor and your nice earring and everything. And then
Right already.
you got the dress and I'm like, okay. I don't know what to do now.
I mean, I could like end the joke and just say, "Hey, can we have just gotten a suit instead?"
Oh, no, I like it, Tanner, honestly, you know.
And you got brain damage. You were dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I don't
I'm
know
just-
if I'm male or female.
I'm comfortable enough
No
to
wonder.
with you guys to tell you that I'm uncomfortable. So, you know.
I mean, good thing it's only for one dinner.
Yeah.
I mean, you own this forever.
It's like
I mean, I doubt I'll ever wear it again.
I mean, it's like a wedding dress. You invest in it for the event, and then you probably never wear it again.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but yeah, are y'all splitting this, or do y'all need help with it? What's yeah.
we've got gold, so if like we just want to half it, Danichi.
I mean, I feel like it's a tricky half, so I was just gonna have Cornelius cover the lot.
I'll let
Okay.
you because we're hemorrhaging gold like nothing on earth. So
Yeah.
thank you.
So yeah, Cornelius will cover the whole prize.
Alrighty.
That's when Dominicus would be like, "Thank you, Cornelius."
I mean, doesn't Gatsby's wife look like a clown?
Well, that wasn't on purpose.
We won't talk about that over dinner.
Yeah, I was gonna say we maybe don't bring that up.
All right, then we pair that up.
All right. Now I'm going to suggest a restroom break before we go to any more stores or anywhere else.
I
Awesome.
second that.
All right. Then we
I'm
shall
okay with
have
that.
our break. I shall use the restroom and then do my exercises.
Yeah, do that.
Roger.
Your exercises?
Yeah, his squats, push-ups, sit-ups, you know,
His stoutness exercises?
his stoutness exercises.
Would you like
I was
some
going to say
squats for
side
that?
exercises.
I'm back. I guess that's their version of jumping jacks.
I mean, it looks like jumping jacks to me.
So I'm trying to get there. It's moving a little fast for me to be able to tell, but I get the gist.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Ugh.
Did you do your stoutness exercises?
My stoutness exercises?
Yeah. You've never heard of them?
I don't know what that is. I did 15 push-ups, 15 squats, and 15 sit-ups. And I did them in quick succession. Except for after 3 of my sit-ups, I had to move because Curtis was swiping at me from the bed. You little bitch.
You little bitch.
So I would do my sit-up, and she just started swiping at me, like trying to get me every time I'd come up, and I was like, ah! And so I had to move where I was doing my sit-ups. It wasn't great. I'm so out of shape.
You're so out of shape, you fatty.
I need to gain weight. I'm actually underweight.
You need to gain muscle weight is what you need.
I just need to gain weight. Probably doesn't really matter what kind of weight.
You need the muscle! You're not a man without muscle! I'm totally kidding.
Gotta gain that muscle, brother.
Get swole!
Yeah.
Alright, but are we here?
I'm here.
Mostly.
I think we're waiting on Joey.
I just
Yeah.
got it.
There we go.
And what about distraction?
He is not back yet.
So I'm wearing a Cinderella style dress.
You.
Yeah.
Pretty.
I'm kind of amazed that Prisma was able to get over her trauma so quickly, though.
Going,
That or she's just repressing.
yeah, going shopping is a good distraction.
I heard good distraction. What about me?
I said going shopping is a good distraction for being traumatized.
Yeah, I know. I was here sooner. Sorry, it was a joke.
Alright, so we're all back. Did we all do our
We're here.
our
we're
exercises,
queer.
or just me?
Just you. I don't fucking exercise, but I did do.
I mean, I
some-
did
I'm
mine
gonna-
earlier before the session.
I know.
I'll do mine tomorrow.
I mean, I probably should with this,
Brewhark did them with me.
Good lad, Brewhark.
Here, I'll do 50 push-ups for you.
Wow.
50.
Yeah, I'm only doing 15.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
God, he's doing them
9,
quick.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14,
You think he's really doing them?
16,
Yeah.
17, 18, 19, 20,
Maybe I shouldn't, but I am believing
22,
him.
23, 24, 25, 26.
I mean, I hear the mic
28,
moving.
29, 30,
He
31,
sounds like he's
32, 33,
actually
34,
putting forth
35,
effort.
36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44,
Holy crap.
45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. There we go.
Holy crap, he actually did it!
Yeah!
Bravo.
I'll get there.
Jesus.
I'll be right there with you someday.
Someday.
Oh, that's
Well,
so
I am
shit.
younger, so
Yeah,
easier
that's
for me to.
Oh.
Well, it's just easier to build muscle.
Yeah, when you're an
When
old
you're younger.
man, you know?
Yeah, you old fuck.
Yep,
I'm joking.
that's me.
Ooh.
All right, but anyway, you paid for your suit and your dress. Looking fly, on fleek, as the kids say.
Oh, I'm fleet.
We're drippy.
Yeah, you're drippy for some reason.
It's Mars, they got the drip.
You got that drippy dong.
I was gonna say Dominic's was drippy after his trip to the salon.
I know Princess got that drip with her jewelry and her crown.
I don't understand drip. But anyway, you've paid for your wares. He bids you a good day, gives you a nice bow as you leave. And would you like to go anywhere else?
We're gonna buy just a nice bottle of wine as a gift.
All right. Well, there is a number of places that you can buy such things. There is just a straight up alcohol of all kinds shop, wine. I know you were talking about brandy ports, scotches,
No, we settled just on a simple wine.
as well as apple
They're not
ciders.
crazy fancy. I think a nice wine would be fine.
I mean, that or we could buy a bottle of isopropyl alcohol from chemists. Which is not the kind that you drink, by the way. You try and drink that and you'll go blind.
Oh, let's just
Damn.
go for some wine.
All right, we'll take that alcohol and we'll pour it into the wine bottle.
Yeah, so we just go to the
And
nearest place.
I'll use that ring that I got to make it red with my blood. All right, yeah, it's you're able to find a pretty good one on your own. Does anyone know anything about wines? So you're not gonna be like, oh, good year.
Just a tad. Yeah, I am a trained sommelier.
I'm talking about character-wise.
All right.
Characters? My character wouldn't know nothing about it.
Chris
mean,
knows
would-
a little about wine.
Would Regal Lions, don't like European families give their like young children wine?
With dinner, yeah.
Yeah, like the French.
Yeah, I was gonna say Cornelius used to be a prince, so he'd know a little bit about wine, but not a whole lot because he's more of the drinking wine than making wine.
Like
Yeah,
I
but
assume
you
my
never written
grandfather would have given me some wine when he was raising me.
I would say it's also customary to like take the advice of the clerk again. You know?
I
Like,
mean,
they-
yeah, typically these are the guys who know their shit, so.
Yeah.
Bring an ice wine with a cheese platter.
I think that says roll to make sure you don't bring an ice wine with a cheese platter.
I don't understand what that means, though.
I also don't know what that means. I'm not a high society guy.
A cheese platter sounds frickin' delicious, though.
Sounds like it just means like not like a chilled wine, like a white wine.
Ice wine is
Oh.
paired with desserts.
Yeah. So I was going to suggest getting a nice like dessert wine.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, I do know that there are certain wines that are better to go with like dinner, like with certain savory foods. Certain like there's after dinner wines for like dessert wines, I believe. Like there's like all kinds of weird or cool facts about wine. I shouldn't say weird; it's cool. You let the grapes freeze on the wine before harvest. Ooh.
Probably meant to
I
say
think that
vine.
meant vine. Yeah, I was about to say, I think that meant to say vine. Yeah, that's they corrected it. It's fine. I was about to say that doesn't sound right.
But the clerk knows what they're talking about.
Yes. so
I
just-
can't even fake this one.
Look, yeah, we don't have to play it out. Just ask the clerk to give us a nice wine that go well with, be a nice gift for dinner for a humble person.
Get the sweet stuff. Get the sweet stuff.
Prismus, you step back there.
I want the sweet stuff.
Well, this is not for you. This is a gift.
Aw. Well, you should still give them the sweet stuff.
So anyway, we buy the nice wine. We don't have to go through all that.
All right. The clerk, hearing the whispers of "get the sweet stuff," grabs a sweet one.
Yay!
I tell him to put it back. No, I'm just
Don't you dare! You're always ruining my fun.
Yeah, no, we take
You
that
held
one.
me back from going to see Siobhan's. You're not holding me back from this one.
Yeah, well, you're still kind of good since you found out and then decided to tell him that you snooped into his business.
It worked out in the end.
Alright, so how much is the wine?
This one will be 5 gold.
I'll give him 5 gold.
And they put it in a paper bag for you. Just for the funnies.
Just for the fun. Alright, so yeah, I think, just maybe before we go to his dinner, we go to the guard barracks, because I believe that's where he said the kids were at.
Yes.
And yeah, give the kids those gifts. Ask the guards if we can see them. Make sure they're okay.
Oh yeah, they're I wouldn't say they're okay, but yeah, you could see them.
Oh, want to make sure their accommodations are okay. You know. Again, I know.
I mean, they're the
mentally
best we can
they're
do.
Not okay. I was there.
Not
Yeah,
really
so
set up
go-
for this kind of situation. But yeah, they're just kind of sitting there. The girl is being hugged to the boy, and she's actually made it to sleep somehow, but you can just see the boys standing there, sitting there wide-eyed, just staring forward.
Yeah, walk up to them. Say, I'm sorry for all that you've gone through. We can't give you a whole lot, but we want to give you some comfort. So I do cast calm emotions in here just to put them at ease a little bit.
Well, as you hand him the doll, he almost looks ready to bite your head off for giving him a doll after his parents were killed. But as you hit him with that calm emotions, you see that it just kind of melts away, and he immediately falls asleep.
I know.
Like
The
it
girl's
was
already
it was
asleep,
too
so-
much for him to just immediately leave his body like that.
Yeah. Yeah, so I just make sure they're both holding the ones you got for them. Help them in just a bit more
And then steal your cape back.
Nah, they're still wrapped up in it. I'll leave it with them.
Can always get a new cape anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you'll probably get it back later whenever they're actually moved to actual beds and blankets and stuff.
Alright, then we'll leave them be to rest in their trauma, and we'll go have dinner.
All right. Pretty good timing because it's been... Shopping takes a long time, even if you try to do it short. So, it's been a good couple of hours. So you can pretty much head on over there anytime and be on time.
Yeah, we'll head on over.
All right. Okrith and Aladdin are... They cleaned up a little bit, but they didn't get new clothes.
I
But
mean,
they're just kind of... They're good, you know.
let's say ever. Well, for awkward is that special thing, but I've never piped up for anything. Just look at everybody.
He's like, oh, I got a couple things.
Okay. Alright, slip into those more fancier clothes and head on over to Gatsby.
All right, you head on over to his house and just kind of walk right into the front gate, you know. He doesn't keep it shut. And are you gonna knock on the door? Are you just gonna barge in, or what you gonna do?
I think we just
Can
stand
knock on the
out there
door.
for a couple hours. Yeah, we knock on the door.
All right, knock on the door. I don't know. I kind of picture you guys trying to straighten yourself up to look a little bit more presentable, but almost failing at it. Except for those of you who actually have experience. But only a few moments go by until the door opens. Both doors open, actually, to allow the rhino the ability to go inside. And you are greeted by a construct that seems like she's wearing a swirling dress that just kind of poofs out. And she's a little bit more round on her fingers, and unlike Wright's claws. But you can see at the tips of her fingers are holes. And she says, "Welcome, party. Won't you please come in?"
Alright.
Cool.
I was debating whether to have Cornelius doff his hat at left. I think he will. It's polite.
Well, the construct gives you a slight bow as her dress is made of metal. She cannot curtsy. And she says, "May I take your hats or coats?"
Naturally, it's only polite, says Cornelius, handing over his hat and coat.
And you see a number of racks extend and open from her dress as she folds them all neatly and places them in, and then they retract and her dress closes again.
Handy.
She says, "My name is Lefty. If you would follow me, Master Gallant is waiting for you."
Alright, lead the way.
And she seems to kind of roll across the floor as she leads you down the hallway into a dining room. And as you enter the dining room, you see that the carpet is pretty much as it is in the rest of the house. And the table is big enough for all of you, but definitely not as big as someone as affluential as Gatsby might. You would assume that he would have, you know? And the dining room is rather cozy. It's got a nice fireplace behind him with another oil painting of him with his wife. And at the edge of the table, there is a wide and flat chair down on the ground.
Like a dog bed.
A little bit bigger than that.
Yeah, is that for me?
Does seem like it. It seems native
Oh.
size.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I will do my rounds. I will go to Gatsby and his wife, wagging my tail, saying hi, and I'll instantly go to that.
Aw, maybe there's a place to sit.
And to that, Gatsby says, "Well, of course. Did you think I would leave him out?"
No, just like that you consider it.
Either way, welcome back to my home. Please, have a seat wherever you'd like.
I guess we brought
Christmas
a
just like
dinner gift.
Mrs. Gallant stands up and grabs it from you and says, "Oh, thank you very much. I'll go put this in the kitchen and we can have it later."
Wonderful.
And as his wife stands up, so does Gatsby. And as she walks out of the room, he waves everybody over and says, "Please, pick your chairs." And he sits back where he was sitting at the head of the table with his wife's chair to the right of him.
All right. Take a seat.
Which seat?
Christmas can't sit. She'll have to stand in her chair.
Is there a map?
There is not a map. I
I'm just
apologize,
joking.
but
I apologize. I knew you were going to say that. I was just joking.
also, Prisma, you actually float around the table and find a small chair on the table for you with its own table.
Best.
Christmas just like
He thought of everything.
Alrighty, well,
Where am I in retrospect, in regards to where Gatsby is?
At the exact opposite of the
Other end.
yeah, at the other end where you would fit more naturally.
Perfect. That's where I'd sit in real life.
here. I drew a table on the map. Move these dead guys.
where's these dead guys at?
All right, fine. I'll move these dead guys.
Yeah, place yourselves on the table.
Alright.
All right, so it's a little bit
Too big?
it's too wide. It's a little more long than wide.
Okay.
But I appreciate it.
Maybe go like
I was gonna say, I
on-
can redraw it.
On the ends, there is only space for one person. Is
Ah. Okay. I made it too wide. Okay, so yeah. So I guess Natus is gonna be on the other side of Gatsby? On the opposite end of the table?
did I already have a Gatsby token? Hold on.
uh,
I don't have a fancy one like you guys have, but I'm actually gonna check it out and see if I
There's
assigned
still
him a
dead guy
token.
on the table.
Hold on. I do not have a Gatsby token. I thought I already signed him one.
So, Tanner, are you about?
He's the food.
Yeah.
Yeah, where do you want to sit, mate?
All right.
He's the food.
I'll sit next to Prisma.
Connie is just sitting next to Natus.
Well, Prisma's
Wait, where are
fine.
you? Are you in your dog bed?
I'm
Yeah.
fine to
At the
And
other end.
this dead guy is his
I
wife's
guess I'll sit next
chair.
to you. Yeah, Cornelius.
And your chair and table, Prisma, is in the spot of another chair. So it's on the
Oh,
table,
okay.
but you're like that is
Okay,
a spot
so
specifically for you, you know?
there. I'll be here, in the middle.
All right.
On the
And
table.
and we'll just know that the table is a little bit thinner than this, you know? So you're all a little bit closer together, and you don't have to yell across the table to hear each other.
Everyone be there, and I guess,
Uh,
and Aladdin can.
I guess he'll be
Else
there because there's the Aladdin token.
He could be here where this dead guy is. Oh wait, that's where the wife is. Never
That's
mind.
where my wife sits.
I corrected myself already. Yeah, he could be in the chair that's kind of behind me. Yeah, since I'm not taking up an actual seat.
You are, though. You've got a place set in, so...
Well, I'm just on the table in front of the chair, aren't I?
Yeah,
there
but
wouldn't be a
that
chair
is that is
behind.
your place set, you know?
Yeah,
Oh,
no one
well.
could just
Yeah,
sit behind you.
he's got you. He's got you as if you were in that spot, you know. That way you are you're like
I feel
everyone else.
included. I
You-
feel included.
Exactly, you're included.
Right, yeah.
But yes, he asks everyone to sit down, and he sits back down himself. And he says, "All right, we have a few minutes before dinner. We shall discuss your fee, and then it'll just be dinner time. Business out of the way."
I was about to say, isn't it rude to discuss business before dinner? That's what Daddy always told me.
I would prefer to get it over and done with so that we no longer have to think about it.
Okay.
Now, your only price that you asked for was a specific custom rune.
Yes.
For the work that you've done, it's not like you really had to deal with the unearthly abomination that was roaming the house.
No, I also didn't expect you to get there that fast. I thought we were gonna really have to do a lot.
Well, you'd spent enough time. It was probably around 15 minutes, and I said that it was a 15-minute walk out of character.
Yeah, I didn't think he was gonna be distracted for that long, to be honest.
Seems that that creature is quite simple. Powerful and sinister nonetheless, but as long as you give it attention, it seems to be just fine.
Yeah. Has it finished doing what you asked, or is it still doing it?
He pulls out his pocket watch and says, "He still has an hour."
Alright. But yes, we just wanted the rune that could lighten a load, so we could carry large objects, such as Natus, in case we need to lift him up. You might be surprised at how many places we've had to pick him up to get up to higher spots.
Yes. He kind of begins to eye Natus. And actually, you know what? I'm sorry. I have to change the music. I didn't think about it because it just kind of blended into my brain. I forgot that it was on.
Yeah, it does kind of just go into the back of your mind after a while.
I mean, you're not wrong. I actually forgot there was music playing.
But he kind of glances over Natus. He's like, if that is all you need it for, perhaps I could give you another offer as well. I am willing to pay for this. You said it was a rhino?
Yes.
I will give you 20,000 gold for this rhino.
You want our rhino?
You wanna buy me?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I love how he doesn't even like consider it.
Absolutely not.
Like it's not even a question of maybe. It's just
Yeah.
no.
No.
He's extremely.
Like I love how it's not a question for you. No. Like you're not even struggling with
Why
it.
would it be?
I love you, Tanner.
It's a lot of gold.
I'd rather be broke than not have my dog, dude.
Yeah.
I am broke. And I do have my dog, so fuck that. Fuck that, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's anything you could offer that would part us with Natus.
Oh well. I figured I would give the offer and see what happened.
You can babysit him. No, I'm just joking.
It's just, he is quite a strange specimen. He seems to resemble the rhinoceros of old.
He's my special boy.
That and the fact that he has combat experience as a mount made him quite valuable. Vitari, your necklace begins to vibrate.
Oh, God. I'm sorry, I was distracted. What did he say?
What did he say?
Yeah, what did he say that he was lying about?
He was basically listing the reasons that he wanted him as because he has experience as a combat mount, and the fact that he doesn't look like rhinos nowadays. He looks like rhinos from the old days, as he said. The olden days. And as he said that, your necklace vibrated.
Oh. Well, he's much more than that. He's loyal. He's
But we have to roll?
kind. He's playful.
You have to roll for what? He was just asking. He's not trying to persuade you. He's just...
No, never mind.
Do I have to roll to not lose my shit and pull my sword?
How dare he keep asking?
An anger check?
Oh no, he only asked once and then gave his reasons for wanting him.
No, I'm not mad, but I am very stern, and I say absolutely not. That's about it.
And as I said before, whenever he gave his reasons for wanting him, your necklace vibrated, Vitari.
Yeah, well... Yeah,
Are the rhinos the cause of the underworld and the mold?
No.
I don't know if I should make you roll for that. I mean, the answer is no, but
No.
Dominicus could be just stupid.
I'm yoking.
But anyway, he straightens up and says that he is willing to knock half off of the price and set it at the lowest amount that he can. So, instead of 10,000, the price for the rune would be 5,000.
5,000. Okay. Well, we don't have 5,000 on us, but if we could do that in payments.
I'm not adverse to bartering, but in this situation, payments are a little out of the question.
Oh.
Larger sums of money like this are a little too complicated to keep the payments going, you know?
Yes. Alrighty. Well, oh man, I don't know what we could really barter with. Could always offer to do another job for you, but we do have to be going soon. It wouldn't be until we could get back.
Well, if you'd like, whenever you decide to head back, I can also throw in a free teleport. I have a teleportation circle that leads to Laseed for some of my business ventures.
Oh,
If you wish to do one more job, should you complete it before your time to leave is upon us, I can just send you on over.
oh, yeah, I think that solves that issue. Because it's gonna take us a bit getting back there with that gorilla. So, yeah, I think we'd agree to do that. I think we'd also discuss another rune, a message rune, something that's short distances but could be, communicated back and forth rather than having too much of a limit on it, other than distance.
Ah, yes. I think we can add that into the price of your next job. It might be a little bit more hands-on.
All right.
Group of adventurers acknowledged by the King of Laseed should be rather good in a fight, yes?
As soon as I hear the word fight, I kind of like get up out of my seat a little bit and like ears pricked and look around.
We've been in a few scraps. It's okay, Nils. That does also bring other things to mind. We have a friend who has a spell that can speak to animals, and we know lots of druids are able to. Wonder if we could have a room like that, and maybe on your part you could have an exclusive deal to animal trainers to only sell those too, so not everyone can just have it, ruin the need for it.
He kind of rubs his beard and he's kind of pulling it forward, which might be the reason that it kind of curls and points the way it does. I suppose if we were to set up a deal with animal trainers and the like, it could be very useful for them. We wouldn't be able to sell these to just anyone, but given the nature of that situation, it could be quite profitable for everyone involved. And being the person who came up with the rune, you would of course get one for free. After you've signed away your rights to it, of course.
as long as we get one for free. Now, who knows, at some point one of us could try to get a license as an animal trainer. Buy another, Not telling what happens in the future, but yeah.
All right. I can make the preparations for that in the morning.
Alright. Well then, yeah, we're gonna, I guess you can discuss that other job now or wait till tomorrow for that.
We can do that now as well. Just to get it out of the way. We won't have to worry about it while we're eating.
Alright.
I'm starved.
Patience, please. My wife and Lefty will be back shortly with our food. But for now, the job I have in mind is quite an easy one. At least it should be for you. Bless you.
I was about to say, was that really a sneeze? Sounded like something was being slapped.
Yeah, my nostrils.
I would like you to track down this Donis fellow. From what you have told me about him, he seems to be the one who released the creature into the house, causing all of that death and destruction. Should he have been given some kind of abilities by that thing, he may no longer need to use those fake rune stones in order to use them. And he could be a major problem. Depending on the amount of power that he has received, if any, without the worked and training required to control himself, he could be far more dangerous, especially if he has the backing of the lazies.
Yeah. Alright.
You needn't necessarily deal with him yourself. You can bring him to me if you wish. I'll take care of it. But that is the task set before you.
Alright,
Find
so,
Donis Trilby.
Alright. Yes, I think we can manage that.
Well, we did track him back to the house, but he disappeared when his friend showed up. In fact, he was the one who let it out.
Yeah,
And
well,
we don't know where he went after that.
well, you're a good tracker. Prisma? Only got quite a few of us. You got some good eyes.
Yeah, and they have motives as well. They're going to show up again.
Yes. Yes, is there any other events happening like the job fair or any places like that you could think of they might really despise?
Well, the mall could be one of them. Anyone that
Oh,
wishes
I love that place.
anyone that wishes to create a store in the mall only has to sign the correct paperwork, and they can sell basically everything as long as it isn't illegal or made through underhanded means.
So they would definitely not like people just going in there and creating jobs and work.
They took our jobs.
Yes, they seem to be entirely adverse to work in any form.
Yes, though, I mean, they did work when they were attacking us. Really contradictory sometimes, but yeah. I guess the work there is you don't have to work anymore later.
Yes, it's not quite contradictory if you know what the city was like back then.
Was it a little bit lawless? Just, I don't know, full of what the beggars are? Just people sleeping on the streets doing nothing?
Oh, it was all chaos. Complete and utter lack of any intention of making the world a better place. It is all about the self. Those who have must take care of those who have not. But, and I will have to sadly say, my father was also a part of that. However, around the time I turned 15, he became ill and changed his ways. Vitari, your necklace begins to vibrate.
Ah,
And as it does, you can see his gaze kind of lower down to it. And then as he looks you in the face, he smiles.
well, so Dad got sick, huh?
Yes. However, with his life ebbing away, he decided that he wanted to make this city into a better place. Your necklace vibrates.
Well, it's usually a lot of times when people looking death in the face, they really think about their actions and what they're doing.
Yes, I'm sure he thought about it quite hard. And when I became of age, sadly he died at that time, and I took over for him. Your necklace vibrates.
Oh, well, at least they're fortunate to have you along to help keep this place prosperous.
Oh, it wasn't all easy. The change was, of course, met with resistance, as you can tell.
Yes.
It came rather suddenly and quick. And so too did the riots, led by Avarice Trelby. But I was able to quell those riots by leading the guards as the captain. And around that time, I was able to bring more peace to the city. There are always those who will not wish to work, though. Whether on themselves or just for money. Matters not.
I will be happy to track down Donis as quickly as we're able to.
And upon the death of Donis, you shall receive 5,000 gold, which will be put towards your levitation rune. Should you bring him in alive, you will also get your message runes. 2 of them, in fact.
Alrighty. And we'll do our best to try to keep him alive. I remember talking to him last time. He was frustrating. Almost killed him then. I'll think of it. Maybe I should have. Would have caused less problems here, but hindsight and all.
Yes, hindsight. But either way, I would like to make a non-business deal with you as well, if that would be all right.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter who I make this deal with, just as long as it's one of you.
Alright.
By the time this job is done, I don't want any of you to fall prey to the ideation of the lazies. Should you decide to switch sides and betray me, I want a little bit of insurance.
Okay.
Why would we betray you?
Who says we're lazy?
I'm not saying you're lazy, I'm just saying that they might offer you something that you find intriguing.
Or tell us the truth, you mean?
Alrighty, what is it you're looking for as insurance?
You will not betray me on this job. After it is over, the deal is done. You may betray me then, but not before you bring me Donis Trilby. And then he holds out his hand for whoever to shake it.
I'll get up and shake it.
Alrighty.
All right.
Another blood pact, yay!
As you shake his hand, you feel your right arm around the shoulder. You feel something almost carving into it.
Like, is it excruciating?
No, it just feels like a pressure that is scraping, but no pain can be
Like a-
felt.
Yeah, he did this to the
Hello,
salon
Rick.
owner, remember? Remember the thing we didn't find out?
The
You did this
Shaban.
to the friend as well.
Yeah, so I knew this guy was sketch.
I
And
mean,
as
we don't know he's sketch. We know he's lying, but there are a million different reasons to lie.
Yeah.
What?
Hold on. Where's the other?
as he holds onto your hand,
I'm done.
he kind of looks at his own shoulder and says, "Only an arm, huh? Well, I guess you're more trustworthy than I expected."
Huh.
At least,
Of course we're trustworthy.
at least you are, Dominicus. I apologize if I seem a bit untrusting.
I mean, you did have a terrorist attack, you know. Pretty reasonable to be untrusting.
Well, looks like we'll just have to prove our worth.
And he goes to sit back down in his seat. Before immediately standing right back up as the door swings open and his wife comes in. It's almost like a completely different side. As Mrs. Gallant and Lefty come in holding plates. And he walks over and begins to take plates from them. And he begins to actually serve you himself.
Alrighty.
Lefty is kind of just holding plates while Mrs. Gallant and Gatsby are handing you all the plates. including a very large plate of fruit for Natus, and a miniature plate with everything looking exactly the same as everyone else's plate for Prisma.
Oh,
Yeah, perfect hosts. Can you describe what food they're eating, please?
Well, they are eating steaks as well as a very healthy portion of carrots
Oh, steak.
and mashed potatoes.
Ah.
There are those mashed potatoes you were mentioning.
Yeah, I know. It's
Didn't he?
like this is the exact meal I want right now. I
I'd lo-
hate you for making me hungry.
I would love to be at a dinner party with all you guys.
I
And we
know
could-
this would be so fun.
And you
Play
could tell us
role-play
how
and
to
everything.
actually eat.
No.
I would make the steak because
What?
I make a
Why?
good
Why do
steak.
I have like 6 forks?
No, I'd be Nadus. What are you talking about?
You'd just be eating on the floor.
Just a big old plate of fruit.
Now, I will say that although you all have the same foods, some people have slightly different portions than others. Say, Cornelius's steak isn't quite as big and has more vegetables on it. But
Which
this
makes sense for rabbit.
the steak is still there just in case you wanted it, though. And the
I wanna
vegetables
see
for
a carnivorous
Dominicus,
rabbit.
the vegetables for Dominicus are a smaller portion compared to the steak.
Pretty sure that rabbits are opportunistic carnivores.
Are they? Like if they need to?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that rabbits are capable of eating and digesting meat because I know that rabbit mothers, if they feel like they're not in a safe place to have babies, will actually eat their babies. It doesn't make them sick.
Oh, that's interesting.
Maybe that's because their babies are vegan.
That'll show them.
But yes, it seems that you all have the exact same food, just in different portions, based on your inclinations. As well as Prisma. They lay out a number of different gravies and sauces that you can add to your stuff in front of your little mini table so that everyone can reach it. However, they give you a specifically tiny bottle that you may use or not use.
wow! Thank you.
And as you taste a tiny little bit, it's very sweet.
Yummy.
But it does taste like it would go well on meat. Which I'm sure you've eaten before.
This is the politest Nadus has ever been. Like, as soon as the fruit came, he's like watching Dominicus and Prisma, and like, I assume you guys have all not started eating yet. So he doesn't either.
Well, he just told me I got a taste, so I'm starting to eat.
Cornelius is going to tuck in.
Yum, yum, yum.
Yes,
Well, Nate,
you are all
tell you
free
to
to
go
do
ahead.
so, because he's like, feel free to start whenever you wish. No need to stand on manners around me.
I think Vitari will probably wait until the hosts sit down.
if Dominicus eats and Prisma eats, Nadus will like really gently pick up some of the fruit, like by a stalk, maybe an apple by the stalk, and then take it under the table and eat it under there.
Nate is shame eating apples.
I don't know if it's shame. Like, that's something Max does. When he gets a treat that he loves, like when he gets a big boy treat, I call them, he always takes it under the bed. But
Oh.
all these little snack ones that he just eats them there and then. But if it's something that he can go and chew for like 20 minutes, he'll take it under the bed.
Yeah, that's a thing that a lot of animals will do if they have something they particularly like. They'll go to their coziest place to eat it.
Yeah.
My dog just doesn't like to eat out of his bowl. He takes it, puts it on the floor somewhere else, and then eats it from there.
Yeah.
Yes, he gives everyone their food, and then he takes his wife's plate from her gently and places it where she is going to sit, and then pulls the chair out for her, before taking his plate from Lefty and placing it where he's going to sit. And you are all enjoying a nice meal. As he said before, feel free to eat however you wish. Don't worry about manners. However, he does notice that Okrith is, not really eating it at all.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, here, let me give you a good berry.
He says, thanks. And you can see that he's, like, staring at it. And
He's so disappointed.
his mouth is, like, watering looking at that steak and those veggies.
Aww.
And he just kind of pinches his nose and takes his pill.
I'm sorry. I wish you could enjoy this food too.
That's okay. I will someday, you know? Just gotta keep positive.
Yeah.
And to that, Gatsby says, is the food not to your liking? He's like,
Oh,
oh,
I can't eat it.
yeah, sorry, sir. Food kind of turns to mush in my mouth.
Yeah, you can't really gain no sustenance from regular food.
Well,
Which begs the question, how have you been eating before good berries?
I've been eating the slop.
Yeah,
But you
fast
said it
food.
gives you no sustenance.
Well, it's not great sustenance, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I think I look pretty healthy for how I've been eating my entire life, but... And he just kind of points at how you all live underground without natural sunlight, but he is way paler than most. And although he swings around that giant sword, he does not look muscular in the slightest. Like, severely malnourished. And, but to that, Gatsby says, so I assume you have a piece of Chernobog. He's like, yeah, I've got the blood. Well, I'm no expert in those matters. I'm only really good at business and doing my rune crafter thing, you know? Have you seen any doctors about it? He's like, a couple. But, most of them kind of died. So...
Yeah, not an easy one to work on when it kind of get poisoned just by touching him.
Ah. Well, have you ever thought of donating yourself as a test subject to the Looking Glass Lab? He's like, no? What is that?
Well, it's something that we might be on our way to. The king has pointed out some stuff to us from there, but yeah, and I don't know, after the impromptu experimentation that was done on him back in the seed, maybe being kind of weary of anybody who's wanting to experiment on him.
No, you know what? I'll be kind of honest. I'm totally down for getting rid of this.
Okay, yeah.
That
I guess any physical trauma that could happen is worth getting rid of it.
yeah, that other thing wasn't necessarily medical experimentation anyway.
I mean, it was kind of an experiment. They were going to physically change you. More so.
Hey, I'm kind of thinking that maybe if it gave me more control over it, then it might have been a good change. But I mean, I won't know. So
Well, I mean, yeah, we are gonna most likely make our way to there, so we can always ask.
yeah, he's kind of looking a little hopeful now.
Nadus emerges from under the table, and he actually like grabs 2 apples at the same time and takes them under.
And he just looks
I
pretty
guess I-
pleased with his meal.
Delicious. As he should.
Yeah.
Oh man, I want
This is
some
this
meat
is the
right
first
now.
time he's been treated like one of his pets, you know? So he's like not only just shoved in the stable with the other animals, fed like loads of hay and stuff. But it's like he's got a bow tie, he's got a chair. Yeah, I love it.
Man, I want a big old steak right now.
Yeah.
I do too.
Meat of any kind, really. But anyway,
I'll give you some meat.
I would take it.
Whoa.
Don't test me. Don't play chicken with me, man.
I'm in a dress, dude.
Which Gatsby has not commented on once.
Wow, it's kind of
Doesn't
rude.
like
to
my
tell him how
attire.
good his dress is.
But
Well, because
yeah, go ahead.
the serious moment where he carved the thing into my arm, like I just him wearing a dress, so
Yeah.
it's stupid.
Yeah, everyone could see the the tattoo around your arm up here too. Well, as a little bit of time goes by, you're all chatting, having a nice time. His wife is not all painted up like a clown today. Seems like she did her own makeup today.
She look pretty now.
She's a little bit above average, I would say.
Well, so, Miss Gallant, you look even better than you did the first time we saw you.
And to that, Gatsby says, "Yes, darling, I much prefer you this way. Those ladies at, what was the place called again? I can't quite remember. Yes, yes. I think they actually are still under contract with me, but I haven't been there in a while, so I've kind of forgotten about them. Vitari, your necklace vibrates.
I don't think you gotta
It
worry
seems
about
to
them.
seems to react to him specifically getting emotional or react or talking
He's
about.
lying.
It's
That's
any
what
lie. Yeah, he detects any
Oh,
lie.
is it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
my
reacting to him
my necklace
lying. Yeah,
detects lies
it's
within
a lie
like 15
detector
feet
necklace.
of me. So
Which he knows about.
yeah, no, he looked at it. He's like, okay.
But even Vitari is so diplomatic because it's quite intense when you think about it. It's like
Yeah.
you know he's lying, he knows you know he's lying, but you're still continuing the conversation. Brilliant. This is going to be my best episode ever when it's an animation.
And yeah, you seem like you could have a little more of natural talent than these people.
Yes. Perhaps I should. How do you think they do at their jobs, darling? She's like, oh, well, everyone always looks beautiful. And they did ask me if I wanted to try the newest style, so I told them that they could go ahead. I don't think it's going to be very popular, though. I think they were trying to set a trend or something.
No, they were just being bitches.
Just, it's like the sliders just head shape towards Prisma. Like come on.
And
Alright.
and she says, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, the lady at the shop explained to me that they're jealous of you.
In
And
this
that
moment,
bitches
I
be
wish I had a
bitches.
silence spell.
I was gonna ask
Right
for an
there.
insight, but I didn't find a good place to jump in there.
No, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. But everyone's like just like all of a sudden they're drinking their wine or
It's like everybody's got their noses in their goblets.
I was gonna say Q spit take.
Tari's like, if I aim the fireball just right,
Oh,
maybe if I can, just to end the situation.
that's just
like-
mean.
Just the barest
Smart.
edge of the bottom of the sphere.
There's like, ugh.
Why would you do that?
can't even kick her shin under the table because she's on the table.
But she kind of looks shocked for a moment. And Gatsby just takes another bite of his meat. And then she looks at her husband and says, well, I guess I can understand that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand what they're jealous about. He chose you fair and square. I don't know why they were saying that you're so plain. You're pretty.
Yeah, he gripped that knife whenever you said plain, but then flipped it around to cut the steak again once you said that she was pretty.
Oh man. Well,
And she says, well, thank you very much. I think you're very pretty too.
Well, thank you.
well.
You guys know you live for Prisma making these moments fun.
I do.
You're not wrong.
You totally read my mind. When you were talking, I was thinking, just before you said it, I was like, bitches be bitches, go on. But I didn't want to say anything to inject it. And you did it anyway.
I love that you bring out the stunned silence and fear that there will be no more Prisma.
I was just waiting for the day that someone's like, all right.
I keep everybody on their toes.
It's kind of perfect.
Alright. Well. I just gotta have those trusted people around you.
And more people should be honest like you, Prisma, in all opinions.
Well, I think that if their trend does turn out to be a failure, they probably won't do it anymore. And, as you said, if it was just out of jealousy, perhaps a little bit of more professionalism will end up in the salon.
Well, as I always say, you can never be too professional.
Yeah, as he's saying that and, you know, kind of trying to keep it to himself that he went down there, his wife kind of looks at him and kind of smirks. Just like a little grin. And she says, "You went down there, didn't you?"
I'm like, where do you think I got these lovely girls from?
And she kind of smiles and says, "Oh, not you." And she turns back to Gatsby. It's like, "I don't know what you're talking about."
The necklace vibrates.
Vibrate.
Yeah, the necklace vibrates. But she just kind of smiles.
Like, oh, you.
And she's just like, "He's so protective." He's like, "I don't know what you're talking about. You can handle yourself. You always have." The necklace vibrates.
Oh shit.
Oh.
And she's like, yeah, sure, whatever you say. She sees through him so easily.
I mean, they are significant others, so that would make sense.
Clearly, there's chemistry there that wasn't, you know.
That the other ladies didn't give him.
Exactly.
I mean, that tracks. Very rarely do couples stay together for looks alone.
Well, if you want to kill your significant other, why are you with them?
Yeah, that's always been my question. People have complained about their wife or husband, like, dude, if you don't like them, leave.
Right.
People are... I feel like they just want to be content. Like, they're already content, and they, like, it's too much trouble to leave them.
Yeah, some people would really rather be unhappy than alone.
Which makes no fucking sense. I'd rather be alone with myself and be happy.
Right.
I never get to that point in my mind. I'm like, how could you get together with them in the first place?
Well, you're never alone, Whitten. You have
Well, I mean, at one point, you know, there was probably rose-colored glasses. And then they got forcefully removed.
But anyway,
So I was going to say, like, Nadis has been coming and going to get his food, but he finished first. And, like, from Gatsby's point of view, all he sees is like Nadis's hooves in the air as he's like got into his chair, curled up and like lying on his back with his feet up.
Well.
So, were you just in town for the ape, or were there other matters you needed to contend with?
We were mostly here for the ape. It was a little side thing we were doing before having to go speak to the king.
And that is, of course, why you need that levitation rune, yes?
I mean, yeah.
Well, don't worry. I've got it being made already, and it will definitely make transport of the ape much easier.
Wonderful.
I also see that you have a number of Gallant Co's runes on your equipment. Are they dealing you well?
Yes. For me, yeah, been quite useful. A lot of situations. Yeah. Associate here, Cornelius, he's a rune knight. He uses quite a few.
No. A rune knight. Based on the Giants language, yes?
Yes, correct. Learned it from my wife, in fact.
Nice. The rune crafter's runes are not so dissimilar to the Giants' language. They have, however, branched off. You should still be able to read them a little bit. But they could be considered a completely different magic all on their own now.
Yes, I noticed they only bear a token resemblance to the runes that I use.
Innovation is key.
And certainly in a mass-marketable product, easier, simplified runes are better than the more elaborate runes of the old style.
Yes, very much so, but I find so much fun in creating the more elaborate runes.
I didn't Cornelius had a wife.
It's the first time it's come up.
Oh yeah, he's married. To Velvet.
Velvet.
Uh,
The wife? I guess the wife. Of course.
I was gonna say this has to do with actual backstory as a character.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is she still in the Fae then? Is that?
Yeah, she's still in
Yeah,
their
this is just
in their
as-
home. My explanation for how Cornelius got here is a spell cast on him by Violet's brother, who is a frequent problem throughout Cornelius's actual story arc.
Thanks.
Well, either way, perhaps as a rune knight and enjoying the similarities between their Giants language and rune crafting, perhaps you should learn how to inscribe more runes as well. They could come in handy.
I certainly wouldn't say no to that.
It is, of course, just an option, but should you ever wish to learn rune crafting, it should come quite easy to you. And I can set you up with pretty much anyone in any Gallant Co.
Oh, well.
I will certainly endeavor to take you up on that. I believe it should prove quite handy in my quest.
Of course, it is optional. You seem quite capable without it, but I can draw up a permit for you to learn rune crafting if you wish.
Yes, please. That would be of immense help. Thank you.
Game terms, though, you have now unlocked the ability to multi-class into rune crafter artificer. Should you wish.
I will actually take a look at that and give it some thought because maybe doing a half and half split of Rune Knight and Rune Crafter might be interesting.
Be pretty neat.
And if you are wishing to meet with any giants, you might check out a cavern to the north. It's in the next country over, but there's said to be a large door carved out with giant runes on it. And the last known place that giants had been seen. I don't know if you might need them for something, but I can make my assumptions.
Well, I certainly couldn't hurt to investigate.
Who knows?
Now, just so I can write it down in the journal, where did he say that was?
In the next country to the north. So, not even in the country that you are in right now. Which the Hanging Gardens is governed separately from Lacede and Langrisser, but they are all part of the same country, as well as the plains and the Looking Glass Lake and the town surrounding it are all part of the same country. And if you want a little bit of info on how long it would take you, if all of you packed up the wagon and went that way, it would take you probably 2 weeks' journey from the Looking Glass Lake.
Could Prisma half that and Nadus take exhaustion to make it that even faster? Or is that...
Can I?
Since it's so long, you would probably die of exhaustion if you tried to do that.
Yeah, in a
boy.
wonder, yeah.
We don't want you to die.
Well, actually, you would be unable to move, and then you would be stuck there until you lost one level of exhaustion.
And how long would that take?
One long rest. And your movement speed would be halved the whole time anyway.
So we might as well just wait and just go and take a long rest anyway.
Well, my point was, so I could, do the day of travel as fast as possible, take the exhaustion, then rest. Then travel, take the point of exhaustion, then rest.
I would say that you would ignore the terrain, but let's not go into the exhaustion sides of this.
Yeah, fair enough.
So
it's just, yeah.
You would be able to half that to a week instead of 2 weeks. And if you wanted to go even faster, then yeah, I guess I would allow you to half that again, but
yeah, it's danger.
Yeah, that's danger.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it's unknown territory. Unless one of you has been out that way before. So, you might be going full speed, being like, I'll just take the exhaustion and then run everybody off a cliff.
Yeah, or get so tired and we get attacked in our camp.
Yeah, and then
yeah,
Nadus is out for the count.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the last thing we'd want is to have Nadus down at the camp when we're ambushed in the middle of the night by terrifying spider elves.
What? By what? Yuck. Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of off point. I was just curious. You know? It's like me and Prisma together is pretty handy.
Yeah. I'm super useful to the party.
But
I'm
yeah,
comic
other than
relief.
that, he kind of looks at everybody, sees that they're finished with their meal, and pulls out his pocket watch, looks at it for a moment, closes it, and says, "Are we all ready for dessert?"
Ooh, yes, yes!
Yes. Yeah.
Darling, if you
Always
wouldn't
down for
mind.
dessert.
And as she stands up, he does so as well.
Do the chairs scrape on anything, or is it quiet stand up?
It's quiet,
Okay,
because the floor is carpeted, nice and soft.
nice. Okay.
And as she stands up and he stands up, says, "No problem. I'll go get it right now."
Yay, 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 yay!
And he grabs her hand and gives it a kiss on the back. Says, "Thank you, my darling." And she just kind of blushes. And is like... And she actually does make that laugh, too. And she kind of slinks on through the door with Lefty behind her. And as he sits back down, he picks up his wine and kind of begins to swirl it a little bit and just kind of look at it through the light. As a large creature falls from the ceiling onto the table in front of him, fur covering its body, its head
Wait, what? Is this
falling
happening?
back
What?
side by side.
Nadus is gonna like. Has Nadus seen it? Is it the friend?
It is the friend.
Has Nadus seen it before?
Natus has seen it before. You were part of the hide and seek game.
Yes.
I don't know how comfortable I would be just sleeping if this is happening.
Yeah, something fell from the ceiling, you said, onto the floor?
Onto the table.
Onto the table. Yeah, I think we'd all hop up. No.
And you see the friend standing right in front of Gatsby on the table as he sips his wine. He says, "Have you brought all of them?" He says, "I believe I have found them all. Now,
It's getting more and more
be my
intense.
best friend." And he says, "Place them on the table." And as he just kind of drops them and they all begin to bounce on the table with those thuds just over and over again, Gatsby says, 49. There are 50 in this city. And the friend kind of says, "So I lose." And Gatsby takes another sip of his wine and says, "Yes, and your time is up." And you see as the tattoo closes shut around the friend's neck and his head falls to the table.
Oh.
This isn't dessert, is it?
No, it's not.
Nadus is growling and looking at everybody and that's what he meant by only an arm. So if you betray him, Dominicus, you're losing your arm.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that was
I
expectable.
won't.
that is what he meant. Oh, I didn't get the connection until you just said it. Oh, wow. So that's how this works.
I mean, I
Oh, so-
can't really dual wield great swords if I don't have another arm.
It's horrific, yeah.
So
So
the
this,
Lady of Siobhan will lose a hand if she steps out of line?
No, I will, dummy.
No!
yeah, the lady in the salon also had a tattoo as well.
On her wrist?
But everybody in the mall does as well.
Oh, the loose hands. Whoa!
Well, he loosens his tie and unbuttons that top button and kind of rubs his neck, and you see as his tattoo disappears on his neck. And as he's
This is
messing
cool.
with his gloves, you can only see the one around the wrist. And you can assume there's one around his shoulder now.
Okay.
But from the barest little glimpses, you can only see the one around the wrist. And he stands up, finishes his wine before placing the glass gently on the table. And he holds up his cane and grabs the bottom of it and pulls the final rune from it and places it with the others.
Oh, sneaky.
Before reaching over and grabbing the friend's head. And he says, "Now you're going to be good and go back to where you came from." And then he throws the head into the corner where there is shadows, and it disappears. And you can see as the body without the head just begins to fade away in black wisps of smoke, leaving not a trace that he was ever there except for the runes that he dropped on the table. Which Gatsby begins to clean up as he pulls a bucket he had under the table and just begins to wipe them off the table into the bucket and place it right back where he had it.
Yeah. Feels like those should have like disappeared with them since they were in Splash, but I guess all the messing with them would.
No, those were real names.
Yeah, those were real ones. He gave him a task which he couldn't detect where his pieces were. And as he sits back down, he says, "Sadly, that was not enough to kill the thing, but he should be stuck for a while."
Alright, that's good.
And as he
Well,
looks at his pocket watch one more time, he puts it back and he stands up. As his wife comes through the door with Lefty and the desserts. And he says, "Darling, perfect timing. I felt the need for a palate cleanser. And she
Christmas
just
be kicking in her chair, and she's like, "Oh, desserts."
immediately forgot what just happened.
Yeah,
Forget
it seems so.
Sweet 12.
Nadis is still like, I don't know if the table could hold my weight, but he's like more of attention, like hovering over the table, ready to pounce.
Are you putting your feet on the table?
Oh.
He will, but if the table moves, he won't. Then he'll just stand on his two hind legs.
Just imagine this big rhino just standing up on his hind legs and then stomping back down.
Well,
Dude, you've no idea. I was
Creating
paranoid
a
about.
tremor.
I was gonna charge it over the table.
Hey,
I
be
didn't know
careful
what-
with that word. Are you actually charging?
No.
well, as you begin to kind of raise your front feet and place them on the table, Gatsby just turns and points down. He doesn't say anything.
Well, let's see. Is he gonna roll?
I can make him roll if you want.
Just to see if it works, because that's the kind of control I've got over my dog. It would be really cool if he did.
I was wondering if you were gonna actually just go with it too, though.
Well, there's a 4 to beat.
I'm gonna say this. Should this be animal handling, or should this be intimidation?
Either. Yeah,
I mean, he did
your
just, like,
choice.
36.
Yeah. So yeah, so I don't put my feet on the table and then I just sit down all nice.
And then his face immediately lightens up.
I mean, I am a well-trained boy. Dominicus has done wonders, you know.
And he smiles as he begins to take the desserts and hand them to everyone. Natus, you also have a special dessert, but it's in the form of some kind of strange brick.
Oh.
Is it a solid?
It is a solid.
No, salt lick.
Oh, salt lick. It's not... I wasn't planning on it being a salt lick, but if you'd like, it could be a salt lick.
What did you have in mind?
I was thinking like a fibrous fruit bar. So it still has the taste of fruit, but it could help with the digestion and keep your tummy from getting messed up from eating so much fruit. Because let's be honest, things that eat a lot of fruit are probably going to have a lot of diarrhea.
Toss a coin for me, please, Wheat. Tell me if it's salt lick or the fruit stick.
All right. Head salt lick. I think he would probably like it anyway, and it would be a pretty good
Yeah. No, I like it.
palate cleanser for all the sweet.
But you know, I've got this like finale, like thing that I'm gonna do, and your fruit bar thing would have stopped my finale.
Oh,
So-
okay. Sorry about that.
No, not at all. I was gonna go with it because it was ingenious. But yes, I will lick my salt lick, and like I don't think I've had one before, Dominicus. I wouldn't know what it was. I'd lick and then lick again. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a new flavor for you. But yes, he serves you just like he did with the food and places your desserts in front of you. They are, once again, the exact same. It's a slice of cake. He does admit that he doesn't know whether you would like it, but... you know, don't know any allergies or anything.
This is the best virtual dinner party ever.
I know, right?
I actually feel like I'm at a dinner party, man. You know?
I know, right? I'm here drinking a drink and toast to you guys.
Yeah, you
Cheers.
too. Cheers.
Cheers.
Drink some water.
But he sits down, and as he takes his first bite, he kind of melts. He just... like, all of the hardness that you've seen from him is gone for just a split second.
Remind me again what the dessert is?
It's a cake.
Oh. Yeah. Prismo will basically just dive right in.
She's like,
Like,
haven't you
literally?
given me a portion that was the same size as everybody else's?
Well, they gave you one that was your size, but if you ask, they could give you one that's everyone else's size.
Please?
So you want like 10 portions?
Mrs. Gallant
Yep.
just nods her head and gets up for a moment. It's like Gatsby standing up with her. And she says, "All right, I'll be right back."
I'm never defending you again if someone calls you fat.
Oh, how dare you say that?
Are you gonna cake the size of yourself?
And since this time it was only one plate, she is back really quickly. So quickly, in fact, that Gatsby doesn't even sit down before she gets back this time. And she
just
places a piece of cake the size of your table in front of you.
And just like in the cartoons, Prisma will just go at it like all around in a circle, and then it's gone. And it's just her with her full tummy, and she's like,
Ah.
We're gonna have to carry her back.
And Gatsby says, "I know, right?"
Mm. My compliments to the chef.
And Mrs. Gallant says, "Well, thank you. I'm glad you liked it so much."
I love cake.
Yes, my darling is quite the cook. She made the entire meal. I do apologize once again for being such short notice on bringing my dinner guests. She's like, "Oh, it was no problem. I have Lefty to help me." And to that he says, "Lefty." She kind of rolls over, says, "Yes, Master Gallant." "Thank you for helping my wife." "It is no problem, Master Gallant." He says, "You may have the rest of the evening off if you wish. You can spend it with Wright." And she bows, does that stiff bow, and says, "Thank you, Master Gallant. I shall give you his regards. Or give him your regards." She's a robot. She's got a glitch.
Can't be perfect all the time.
And then she rolls out the door. And he kind of looks at you all and says, "When I got married, I didn't feel proper without giving Wright a mate as well.
Oh, that's nice.
It probably means nothing. Probably just a hollow sentiment to make myself feel better. I would hope they have hearts, but I couldn't really tell you. And he takes another bite of his cake. Vitari, your necklace did not vibrate.
Alrighty.
But anyway, yes. The cake is quite moist. It's fresh. It's got strawberries as well as vanilla. And the icing is light instead of being too sweet. And for those of you wondering, they're fresh strawberries. They're not cooked.
Prisma lets out a little burp, like,
Excuse me.
And once again, throughout this whole dinner, you've noticed that Gatsby does not have any servants. Except for Right and Lefty. And even then, those are more like aides than servants.
Yeah.
You're pretty self-sufficient, aren't you?
And who are you speaking to?
Gatsby.
Well, I'd like to think I am. I can do a great many things, but whenever it comes to housekeeping, I'm awful.
Well, I'm just kind of surprised, because aren't people supposed to earn a living in this town? Wouldn't it make sense to hire more servants to give people more jobs?
It would, but I don't need them for for a house this size. And I do pay Lefty and Right. But the job of servant isn't really wanted all as much as others. This is a city that I wish to make into a place that people can fulfill what would make them happiest.
I see.
If serving others isn't something that somebody wants, then they will of course do a bad job at it. If their job makes them happy, if their work is fulfilling to them in a way that only they could feel, then they'll do better at it.
So, whatever happened to your brother? Did he ever get a job?
Oh, I doubt he could find a job that quickly. It was only yesterday.
You never know.
Well,
I'm sure he's skulking around after I admonished him.
I can't believe it. Out of character, I can't believe it was only yesterday this happened.
I
When it was like so long ago, out of character.
2 months ago or something.
It was like several weeks ago.
I also want to say out of character as well. Like, it's not to affect what Gatsby thinks or anything, but, you know, I was educated on the difference between service and servitude. You know? So it's like, there are people out there that make it their life's ambition to be in service to a family. I looked at a school in Switzerland to maybe go and train as a butler. You know, it was something I really fancied doing.
Well, in character, if you were to bring that up, he would understand there is a difference, but he hasn't found a need for them in his home.
And you'd probably need, like, a tattoo for each of them.
Yeah, he's not too trusting.
Yeah.
That's a lifetime tattoo you got there.
Well, looks like we won't have to. We can't betray his trust. Me specifically.
At least for this
If you don't
job.
want to lose an arm.
Hmm. I mean, we
Yeah.
don't like this guy anyway, so we should, even if we
Gonna bring
learn
that
some,
guy.
yeah, even if we learn some truth, we can still fulfill this job.
Yeah, I'm still confused about why would we betray him for the lazies? This guy's awesome. Like he literally has the
Very good
coolest
placement.
ability I've ever seen. Tattoos that'll cut off a piece of yourself if you betray him. Like that's fucking awesome.
I mean, also vaguely sinister, but yes, awesome.
Vaguely.
I mean,
Oh.
I have a sick new tattoo, right? I don't see a downside other than my arm blowing off.
I mean, that would actually be like a really cool plot point for like a bad guy in like a long-running series, other than this campaign. Like if this were like something the main bad guy did, oh wow.
Hence why I still think he's sketchy. Like he's obviously like distrusting because he's distrustful. He like killed his father or something else along those lines.
Obviously, he was lying about what happened to his father. He didn't die of illness, that's for sure.
And he didn't become ill whenever he was 15 and decide to change his ways.
So I wonder, when he was 15, did he just decide, I just want to kill my dad?
Like my alarm bells are ringing. Is he even his son? Is he an imposter and just took over?
Well, he has a brother. I'm sure the brother would have said if that was a lie.
Wasn't the brother adopted or something?
He's a half-brother,
Half
Oh, he
brother.
did say half brother.
also known as my father's little dalliance.
I was about to say, he did say that his brother came from a prostitute, didn't he?
Which, if you think back, you have not seen a single one of those in this city.
So, did the thing vibrate when he said that?
He did not.
So, okay. That is a fair point. We have not seen prostitutes, even though that's technically okay if you think about it, because that is a service.
I mean, it may be possible that he expunged the profession.
Ooh, that's true. As maybe a bit of bitterness.
Yes, I'm not trying to ruin your story, Wheat. I'm so invested in it, and my mind
Oh
is
yeah, I
all
hope
over
you
the
don't ever
place.
try to ruin it.
Well,
Yeah.
I actually have a question.
All jokes aside, it's
I have a
great.
question.
Miss Prisma, do
What's
you
the
work
question?
tonight?
Yes, I do. We can go for about
10:30.
another 15. We can go for about another 15 minutes.
All right. Well, unless you have any specific questions that would be good dinner conversation, you could just finish your cake.
Oh, Prisma already has. She's
Yes.
in a food coma now.
Like Nate is still licking this stick, and he's actually like falling asleep doing it, like because he can't believe it's not gone yet.
Like Prisma's just laying on her back on the plate, not caring if she's getting her dress dirty, and she's just like nibbling at the crumbs that are left.
And meanwhile, there's just Cornelius daintily dabbing his mouth with a handkerchief.
Gatsby is definitely eating more like Cornelius. However, Mrs. Gallant is eating a little bit more... less refined, I'll say. It's like she might not have the exact same upbringing and training.
She a country girl?
I like her. I think Gatsby chose right. Fuck those other bitches.
I like them both a lot.
I do too. I wholeheartedly agree. Gatsby chose the right wife.
OTP. One true pairing.
Alright, but yeah. As everything is kind of winding down, overall it's been, I would say, a pleasant evening.
Yeah.
Everyone's kind of relaxing. Until Dominicus, you begin to smell something.
Okay. What do I smell? Do I roll something?
It's
Perception?
hot.
Insight?
It smells
Like spicy hot?
ghastly. And it begins to...
Ghastly.
It's coming from Natus.
Oh.
Shit.
And you just begin to kind of hear...
Are you pooping? Did you roll for this or something?
Oh no, it's so loud. I can't laugh out loud. I'm sorry. It's so late here. But
I mean, what goes in must come out.
You know.
It is just a fart. It's dry.
Okay.
All right.
thank you, Wheat. That
I
was
think-
I
brilliant.
was literally about to say Prisma would put her finger to her nose and be like,
I'm not cleaning that up.
It's like, well, Vitar, you're kind of leaning away a little bit, even though he's farthest away. He's still like, I think that's a good sign that it's probably time for us to go.
Prisma gets away from her food coma.
We
and she's
slightly
like,
overstayed our welcome.
Oh, what's that smell?
Yeah, I messaged Wheat and says, please let me do a stinky fart. Let Dominica smell it first.
I say we overstayed our welcome.
Gatsby stands
Keep
up,
going.
walks over to a window, opens it up.
Yeah.
And says,
Oh, guys.
"Darling, let us escort our guests to the door." And she kind of
Yeah.
holds her nose as he holds out his arm to her so that she can wrap her arm around it and, walk out. And they lead you to the front door. What's the gore for?
The salt lick.
Oh,
I'm grappling it and taking it with me.
yeah, you could do that.
Okay.
It's yours. It was given to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Like, alright. Yeah, the one time I could have used my cape right here, I found this place.
And you don't have it.
I don't got it. Yeah, follow him out.
Nedis is gonna like brush up against the two of them like a hug while he leaves.
The Gallants, I almost said the Gatsbys. The Gallants both give you a little rub and a pat. And as they bid you good night, they shut the door behind you gently. And you hear, "Good God, that smell!"
That was too bad none of us have any kind of wind spells or anything like that. Well, I mean, I guess Natus does have a wind spell, but it's not great.
Like I was planning that from the beginning of the dinner party, you know. And then when Wheat said it was coming out with that fruit stick to help digestion and stuff, I was like, oh, that would probably stop me doing the fart.
It might make it worse.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Help him get all that out of there. Alright then.
But yes, as you hear Mrs. Gallant exclaim, "Oh, that smell!" you can actually hear a light chuckle from Gatsby. There's a
Alright, well.
Oh, TP.
Alright then. We'll make our way back to the tavern.
Alright.
Go to sleep.
Someone has to carry Prisma because she's so full from the cake.
I mean, I think Nadis can manage.
Yeah.
Princess, carry her. Ah.
In 2 fingers.
2 fingers. Hold it.
And now you have your new job from Gatsby. You had I'd say a pretty nice evening.
I had fun.
And you can feel free to start that whenever you want.
Well,
Within the
Makes
time
sense,
limit that
right?
you have, I should say.
yeah.
He didn't specifically give you a time limit. But, you know, there's the implied one of, hey, yeah, we didn't do that job, but you could teleport us, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, you make it back to the walk-in, and you still have some time before you really need to go to bed, but you can spend that however you would like. You'd probably need to pay for the rooms again, and another day for the stables.
Yep, yep.
We should get like a caravan. You know, like we pull a caravan along so we don't have to keep paying for accommodation wherever we go.
I mean, that's what the Vonomois Entertainment Troupe does.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll get the idea when we see that place.
They are literally a traveling circus.
Yeah.
I'll say slash carnival, because they have rides and stuff too.
Thank you for not selling me, guys.
Yeah.
Why would we sell you?
I mean, 20,000 gold, you know?
Well, because if we made that deal, and then like if we sold you, made the deal, and then we're like, the deal of putting the tattoo on my arm, and then we steal you, we would have betrayed him, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I would have lost my arm and my pet.
Well, yeah, thinking back
Also
on that, Vitari, you're kind of wondering why he would lie about the reason that he wanted Natus.
I think he just thought he was like a cute pet. He wanted a cute pet. He's like, but he's like really good, like as a mount and all this stuff. It's like, nah, you saw a cute pet, you wanted him. At least that's what Vitari was thinking. Like, nah, you just like him. Just the way you want him.
But, alright. I really have nothing else for today.
That was enough, man. I'm in awe. I was going to make a joke and say, let's forget about adventuring. Let's just play house. Let's go home and just live
Humans
lives
and
as
households.
commoners. Yeah.
I gotta say, it was a lot of fun because not only did we spend a lot of time shopping again, like
Hey.
anytime we go shopping, we always spend so much time doing it.
But I think this was the best shopping.
Definitely.
Yes, I was gonna say that it was.
My
it was
favorite
so
filler
much
episode.
fun.
Like, I think this is by far my favorite of the shopping experiences.
There was character development and plot in this one too.
Yeah.
Because Prisma had fun.
Which brings me, like, Prisma, you can't always get the inspiration for because
Someone else take it to that. I
Yeah.
can't hog it.
I'm giving it to Joy for giving me the red bow tie. But
Yeah.
everyone else has their own vote, you know? You
Hey,
don't-
Cornelius could get it for having the hat with the rabbit ears. Or,
Mhm. Or the handkerchief.
Gentleman.
The handkerchief was classic.
He's just a little gentleman.
I don't give it to the lion wearing the dress.
You know the greatest
The
part?
lion wearing the dress.
The greatest
I
part
think
is
Lion in
that
a dress gets my vote.
Cornelius could,
I
if
think
he does
this
get a
is mine.
rune for his hat, he could jump into his hat.
Oh,
That was literally what I was thinking when I said storage room.
That's
on
what
my
I
hat.
was thinking.
Oh
I
my
didn't
God.
even click. That's
I
brilliant.
didn't even click either.
I thought
Or
about it
wrap up the
earlier, but I
hat,
didn't
like-
say it till now.
And it would be the perfect way to hide. Because he could stretch the brim and then pull it down over his shoulders until it went down to his feet, and then he'd just be a hat with rabbit feet poking out.
And who would actually expect a rabbit to come out of the hat?
Any magician.
Yeah,
Most people.
All
Oh
right,
no.
but that's gonna be
So-
it for tonight.
Dominicus gets the inspiration, and he got 2 votes, so I've recorded it.
All right.
Well, I gave mine to Natus.
Oh, thank you, dude. For the fart.
For the fart.
Maybe, yeah, definitely.
But
Yeah, that was classic. Well done, man.
I thank you all for joining me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves.
I did it.
And I hope you all have a good night. And until next time on Dungeons and WheatTons.
Outro.
To the